All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, November 4th. Two study session items for tonight. Up first is Director of Finance Kevin Engels, here to give the monthly financial report for, I believe, September. Good evening, Kevin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Engels, Director of Finance. Tonight, we're going to be looking at the September monthly financial.
Kevin, give us 1 second. We're not getting much of a mic. Do you want to try again, Kevin? Seems like they're on.
Is that better?
Yep, that'll
Okay.
do it.
Excellent. Kevin Engels, Director of Finance, will be looking at the September General Fund monthly financial report this evening. We'll start out looking at revenues. Overall, we're about 6.8% up versus last year. A couple of items to point out here is property tax. We're up a little over $1 million. That's because 2023 was an assessment year, so we're collecting this year on the higher valuations. Sales and use tax, we're up about 1.25%. For the last several months, we've been in that 1 to 2% growth based on compared to last year. The marijuana portion of that, you'll see that's down again. That peaked in 2021 during COVID, and it's been steadily declining since then, and that's a regional impact as well. Charges for services, that includes, most of that increase is due to the city center property management that the city took over from EVE last year. That's directly offset by an expenditure line item in Public Works, and we'll see that here in a minute. Moving on to expenditures. A couple of items here as well. You'll see the city manager, that increase is due to the addition of the sustainability division. You'll see human resources, it looks like they're going to be over budget. We will be coming back to you in a couple of weeks with a supplemental request too, because they do look like they're probably going to end the year up a little bit over budget, probably about $50,000 worth. There's the Public Works line item. About $1 million of that is the city center property management, so they're not really up that much for year-over-year comparison. Overall, about 10% up. If you remove the city center property management, then we're about 8% up compared to last year overall. Here's your expenditures by category. The personnel line item, that's a little inflated because the class and compensation study last year was not implemented until the end of the year. So that variance will come down as we close out the year. Contractual services, that includes a lot of the city center property management. About $1 million of that increase is in there. And capital is a timing issue. That's directly related to the dedicated sales tax for Public Works and streets maintenance. That happened last year at this time. That expenditure has not hit completely in 2024 yet. The slide shows our overall operating surplus or deficit. You can see for 2024, we're at about a $1.2 million surplus. That compares to about a $2.7 million surplus last year. We are expecting to end the year with just a slight surplus, probably somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. Here are your transfers. Most of that, about 4.5 of that, is for transfer out for capital projects. And again, 5 years since 2019, Council has been able to direct over $22 million for capital projects from the general fund. Here's your fund balance composition. We started the year at just under $25 million. The net change for the year, about $3.3 million. That, once again, that takes the operating surplus of $1.2 million and the $4.5 million transfer out. So we've lowered fund balance by about $3.3 million. You've got your committed and restricted amounts, and at 16.7%, that gives you a reserve of about just under $12 million. and an unassigned fund balance of about $7 million. That is the presentation for this evening. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for the presentation. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Ward.
Just one question, Director Engels. You indicated that the decline in marijuana revenue is an ongoing trend and it is regional. Have you actually actively compared our numbers to the rest of the region to determine that they correlate?
We compare it to Denver specifically, and they're actually down a little bit more than we are.
Okay,
So yeah, it's a statewide trend that we're seeing.
great, thank you.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
So do we know for sure that everybody's down? Does anybody charge lower sales tax?
It varies quite a bit throughout the various cities around. I believe there was a council request on that. I'd have to look and see, but we're kind of right in the middle. We're a little bit above, I think, Littleton, and a little bit below Denver, I believe. But it's all fairly close, though.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions from members of council? If not, Kevin, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is,
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think we're still having a problem with sound. There's feedback here, and then at the end, you couldn't hear Kevin very well.
Yeah, I think they saw that my mic's.
Can't hear you either.
Oh, really? My mic is not working? It's a little bit lower, though. Okay. So we'll have to check with the next speaker. So let's move to the second agenda item and test the mics at that point. We have Chief Building Officer Karen Montanez here to discuss the vacant properties. Oh, there we are. Hello, Mr. Smith. I'm not sure who's going to kick it off to begin with, but
Good evening, council.
good evening. I think the mics were pretty good at that point, so.
Good evening. We're here to discuss the vacant properties potential ordinance. City Council had recommended or asked staff to look into the possibility of developing a vacant properties ordinance. I'm sorry. Can you do the things for me? Next one. So some of the benefits of doing such an ordinance would be to provide us an accurate accounting of what residential and commercial vacancies we have in the city, and to acquire current and easily attainable emergency contact information, especially in the event of a fire or break-ins in the property. It also discourages long-term vacancies and potentially has the ability to reduce the calls for service, and as well as create a revenue to offset some of those services.
Some examples of calls for service. It's not in our district, but West Metro had a vacant warehouse, and within the last year, they've had over 4 fires there, which costs a lot of resources and manpower to be able to fight those fires. There's quite a few stats that I pulled for just a couple of examples. 6% of reported structure fires in 2011 through 2015 were vacant properties. Only 2% of the structure fires injuries resulted in fires in vacant properties. And then they gave pretty high number for 10 years of tracking this of over 20 firefighter fatalities in between the years of 27 and 2016. So these are some things that pop up with vacant properties. People start going in there and they start maintaining them. We do currently, with the adopted code cycle, we currently do kind of enforce vacant properties already based on the IFC, because there is a chapter on that. But this is an ordinance to kind of go after residential and vacant residential and little like subunits.
Just as an example, PD was kind enough to run some numbers for us. There's a couple of vacant residential properties in which over the last 4 years, the city has been out for one reason or another 45 times or more. Some of the commercial properties, especially in and around city center, we're getting calls in the 300+ mark for some of those properties, just because of the people hanging around, breaking in, things of that nature. Next one. Some of the cons of the registration would be the financial penalties that a property owner would receive and perhaps cannot afford. Also, tends to be a perception that the city is going to take a property with this kind of registration. And then also to make sure that we're doing equitable enforcement of the ordinance. So the vacant property ordinance that we're proposing would state that if a property isn't legally occupied for more than 30 consecutive days in a 6-month time period or more, they would need to register unless they have a valid building permit or they're under construction. A property would be presumed vacant if it's boarded up, if there's accumulation of mail, etc. Along with the ordinance would be just additional ability for us to require security measurements. And if there continue to be problems, they would also may be required to do a crime prevention environmental design assessment, which would just entail of looking at the property in different ways that they would go about making sure that it was secured. The fees associated are broken down by square footage. The larger the area, the higher the registration fee. And then if it is just a vacant and unimproved parcel, it's $50. And then that annual registration fee would increase each year that the property is vacant. And then there would also be a fine if they fail to register. And then, of course, city buildings or nonprofits would be exempt from that, as well as some of the multifamily buildings. Obviously, we're not going to charge somebody just for a couple of units in a large apartment complex. As stated, we know of 15 vacant residential properties and 46 commercial properties. We've collected that data either through complaints or through realtor advertisements. Obviously, there are a lot of properties that we don't know about that aren't advertised or we haven't had complaints for. And just calculating using that lowest square footage fee, we would anticipate collecting a little over $15,000 first year. We've already inquired as to a proposal through our IMS system that we currently use for permitting to come up with a workflow for vacant property ordinance. And due to our current staffing levels, if we were to take on this new ordinance and enforcement, we would anticipate needing additional staffing. That person would not just be limited to enforcing of this ordinance, they would also help with property maintenance, zoning enforcement, also working with fire and anything that they would need as far as posting. It would also help with short-term rental inspections, ADUs, etc. And with that, any questions?
Mr. Smith and Ms. Montanez, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from members of council? Member Nunnenkamp.
Thank you. I'm excited to finally see this. Thank you so much for bringing it forward. I have a few questions. I guess I'll start with, what do we know already about the building owners for the current vacancies that we're aware of? Do we know why especially the commercial buildings are vacant? Have we had conversations? Do we have relationships? What do we know?
Some are empty just because there's potential redevelopment, so they've emptied out their spots. Others, we don't even know why. On commercial property or residential, sometimes it's because there's been a death in the family, it's in transition. Some people actually just have bought property over the years and just let them sit for whatever reason.
Yeah, commercial properties, some of the vacancies are, they might be moving to a different shop or a different location. If it's a manufacturing, they might need a bigger warehouse, so they're in transition, moving from one to another, and that property may be vacant for a little bit until they close on it. But
Thank you. And then I saw in the council communication that other cities have similar registration processes, like Denver, Aurora, there were several. How similar is what you're proposing tonight to what you found in other municipalities?
Ours is probably most similar to Lakewood. They just passed theirs recently. However, they do twice yearly registration of $700, but they also charge $800 for emergency calls. So once you've registered and you keep getting emergency calls, that's the penalty, is $800. Pueblo has a $500 annual registration. Aurora's is very small. It's $63 to register and $299 for failure to register. Denver, I think theirs is still, they're still working on theirs. Theirs is much more expensive. It's $1,000 per year. They do have a $500 per day penalty, up to $15,000. Because as part of that registration, they have to develop a remediation plan and submit that to the city as well.
Okay, thank you. I have probably some more questions, but I'll let some of my colleagues weigh in.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Montanez, Mr. Smith, for the presentation. My question is just around these properties that already are problematic. At what point would, if we didn't pass this ordinance, at what point would it be possible to declare a property a nuisance just because we're receiving so many calls for it? And what would that process look like?
We have had some of those, and we work on it with the nuisance abatement team, which has members from all departments. And we try to work together as to get a property into compliance and, do our notice of violations all at the same time and as a group.
so, an example, the newest car wash off of Broadway, I don't know the exact address. I was building there for a while. We were having a lot of calls for service, so we did an emergency abatement for XL Energy, got rid of that, and then we pushed their demo permit through faster just so they can start working on the demo. So we worked with the contractors on that one.
And follow-up to that is what would this ordinance provide that the nuisance process is not sufficient for?
It allows us to gather more information, and again, we would be looking at properties that aren't just the problem properties, so there's kind of an equal enforcement of our rules and regulations. And like I said, to gather, more current information, sometimes, things change, we don't get the proper people that are in, if you have an out-of-state owner,
Okay.
they need to have somebody local that we can contact.
Yeah. All right, very good. Thank you.
Member Prank.
Thank you. Thanks for being here this evening and for the presentation. I'm curious, do you have a sense of what the city is spending annually to deal with nuisances and calls coming in?
I don't. It would depend
Related.
on, how many of the calls are police, how many are fire, how many are building, a combination of all three. So it would vary from property to property.
Okay. I think moving forward, were we to pass this, that would be valuable information to have. Obviously asking for another FTE and the cost that comes along with that. We just want to make sure that we're getting enough benefit to the city on tracking these properties. I'm also curious, with the addition of the new FTE, would we have potentially a dedicated line where residents who are calling into the city to report nuisances on properties, like it would just go directly to that person? So I'm just concerned, I don't
Yeah,
want to take a new
it's-
FTE and spread them
Yeah,
too
so-
thin to be able to help in other areas and really have them focused in on this.
So I'm assuming most calls either come through code enforcement, Q alert, things
Okay.
that. And so then those get routed to the appropriate person or department. So yes, those kind of calls would go to this person.
Okay. And then we would start building more of a tracking system. I'm assuming that person would maybe, in addition to the already identified vacancies, be driving around the city and potentially
Exactly.
identifying more and asking for a registration?
Yes, so they could be working on that, as well as we could be more proactive with our property maintenance ordinance. We get a lot of complaints about work without permits. Having that extra person out driving around, they could also start, looking for those properties as well.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Member Wright?
Thank you. Thank you both. I have a couple questions. In here, it says not legally occupied more than 30 consecutive days in 180 or more consecutive days. I need a little bit more clarification. What if we have snowboards that are gone half of the year, so their house sits empty? How does that apply to them?
Well, they could also, apply and it's,
So they would have to pay something because
well,
they're
they
gone
could,
half the
they
year.
could actually come to us and say, well, we're gone, but we have somebody that watches the property. We think of vacant as almost abandoned, rather than somebody just being out of town for an extended period of time.
Okay, so what if we have an elderly person that fell, I don't know, broke their hip, and they're in the hospital and then rehab? So we have family members that are gonna have to contact the city and say, hey, this person's gonna be out of their home for 6 months,
We would not consider that as a vacant property.
but they're not living in their home.
They're still having people, family members probably go and take care of it, get the mail, maintain the house while they're in the hospital.
But snowbirds would hire somebody to take care of their yard or do the snow and stuff also. So this brings me to another question. What's considered vacant? If they are paying their property taxes, if they have running water, if they're paying Excel, is that considered vacant? Is that considered abandoned?
Well, an example would be the property he spoke of that was on Broadway where the car wash is. It did have services, but the property was constantly being broken into, constant calls to that property. So the owners obviously weren't maintaining it, they weren't paying any attention to it. So yes, we would consider that vacant and abandoned.
Okay, so I guess I have the difficulty in deciding what is and isn't then. So obviously, that would be a case where the city is saying it was not being maintained, but there were services. But then you have other properties where it may be maintained, but it is vacant. I guess where do we draw the line between the two?
Well, that's where if we have a registration process, we can start looking at those properties and determine if it is indeed vacant or just somebody has left, to go on an extended vacation or a snowbird. But we would know whether that property is being taken care of. People are obviously still going there or planning on being there as opposed to just an empty building or an empty house.
And then what about a house that's on the market for sale for an extended period of time? Do they have to register the house? What if it's
The
for
way
sale
it
for?
currently is, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So the fatalities that you referred to, did any of them occur in Englewood? Or were that many in Englewood?
No, that was not. That was a nationwide stats of firefighters responding to certain emergencies in vacant buildings.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, in searching for these records of vacant properties for the report, did you partner with the police department or code enforcement? I know that on the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee, it has come up before when houses are called about that are vacant, they do keep a record of the owners because they reach out to them. So have you partnered with them at all for any of this information?
Yes, and a lot of the properties, as I said, will end up being part of the nuisance abatement team, and so we work on them as a group.
And
Okay,
then for commercial properties, as we do our annual inspections, if there's a vacant property, we write that down for the business name vacant. So that's how we maintain it for commercial properties, is my fire inspectors, when they're doing their annual inspections, they'll make a note if there's a vacant property.
so does, and this maybe isn't the fire department, who does inspections for the backflow devices? Is that
Utilities.
Utilities.
utilities department?
Yep.
So you could partner with them also because they would be aware of businesses that are vacant too, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I think that's all the questions that I have for now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Ward?
The commercial properties that are indicated that contribute to the vacancy rate here, does that include properties around the city center? We have a building adjacent to us that has some occupancy, but, you know, probably 3/4 of the units are vacant there.
Yes, so we were looking at, say, where the old Hobby Lobby, that entire site, there's a lot of vacancies in that area as well.
Okay,
Sorry.
so if we have a building that has, like a commercial building, for instance, and the first floor is retail, we have several of those around Englewood. Are we planning on calculating vacancy per unit, or if one of those storefronts is occupied, the building is just not considered vacant?
It was per unit.
Okay.
We're not gonna look at it as a whole building, we're gonna look at it per unit.
One of the reasons why I wanted this brought forward is because over the years, I've heard that some people have chosen to use our city as a tax haven, where it is cheaper for them to leave the building unoccupied as a tax write-off than it is for them to actually profit from having the building occupied. And I'm curious if we consider that as a factor when we set our registration, if there was some legal ramification to us setting the registration cost higher for commercial properties than what we did.
No.
I wasn't part of that part of setting up the fee schedule, or?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't have
Okay.
an answer for you on that one.
No, I think, is it appropriate for me to comment now, Mayor, or are we still?
I think there's still questions. Let's get some more questions and then we'll have a
Okay,
comment.
great.
Go ahead, Member Nooncap.
Thank you, Mayor. When Member Ward first brought this up, it's been a minute, so my memory is a little bit hazy. But if I remember correctly, your first idea was a vacancy tax, not just a registration. And on your benefits slide, you say that one of the benefits of passing this registration program would be to discourage long-term vacancies, which we know we have a lot of in our commercial areas. And whenever we have a vacancy in a community, it is bad for the community. It lacks vibrancy. And then also incurs cost to the city, as you've mentioned. I'm curious if you think that this is actually going to reduce those long-term vacancies. The kind of cumbersome nature of the FTE and the new program and all of these things, is it going, do you think, to actually produce the intended results? Or is it just another thing that people will have to do that and it will continue? Do we have any data about how these registration programs have worked in other municipalities? Do they actually discourage long-term vacancy, or is that a hypothesis for us at this point?
I could reach out to the other jurisdictions that have done this and see if Lakewood is pretty new. Probably Pueblo would be the one that's done it the longest. I think they've done it since 2021, and see if they have noticed a change in vacancy rates. But then again, you also have to look at, is it economics that's made it change, or is it the registration process?
And just to make sure I heard you correctly, the longest municipality that we're aware of who has this policy is since 2021?
Yes.
Yes, Pueblo.
Pueblo
Okay.
has had it since 2021. Lakewood just passed it, I believe, this year. And Denver is currently kind of going through that process.
Okay. And just one more question. When, and this may have gotten lost in when it got to staff, but did you explore any other vacant property ways to address that, or did you only look at the registration process?
Well, we do go through and use our property maintenance code when we can, code enforcement, fire for commercial buildings. This would just be another layer hoping that we can get people to, one, maintain their buildings and hopefully reduce their vacancy and determine that it's better to go ahead and rent the space rather than continuously pay a registration fee and to pay for the maintenance, because we've been looking at that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. Just one more question. So if the goal is to kind of reduce the nuisance, maintain vibrancy in the city and not have vacant spaces, can you tell me what the rationale is to exempt, I think it was government entities and nonprofits from what you're proposing?
Well, one, we don't have that many that would, that would be empty because they typically want to use their space, even the city. So it was just based on the ability to pay or to basically register our own buildings within the city. But it's not necessarily something that we would have to do. We wouldn't have to do an exemption. We could apply it to all buildings.
Yeah. I'm just feeling like to get to the goal that we want to get to, everybody should be included, would be my initial thought on that piece. Thank you.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Member Russell.
I would like to do a council request on the number of nuisance properties in the city and how many times they've been visited. Because I really think we should know how many there really are that are problematic. So I would like to get that information, and we may have done something like that fairly recently.
So Member Russell, you asked for nuisance properties?
Yes.
So not vacant properties, which
Right,
is.
nuisance properties and also nuisance properties that have been abated as well.
I got it, yeah.
So what about, I mean, I guess, can we limit it to nuisance properties that are vacant?
Well, actually, so we can ask for that if that's what you're looking for, because that's actually kind of the question that I have here is that we have vacant properties in the city, but we also have nuisance properties in the city. And so I'm trying to figure out if the extra FTE or this ordinance potentially won't solve the nuisance issue. The nuisance issue is going to happen just because there are people that are going to be, for one reason or another, are going to let their properties become nuisances. So I guess I'm trying to understand, like, how big of an issue is this today for code enforcement or for, on the other side, community development in terms of activating specific parts of the city? How does this registration help that process? Does that make sense? Or I guess you could, the first one is like, is this a big issue within the city itself today? The vacant properties, in your eyes?
I think we're finding more commercial properties are becoming vacant. And then on the residential side, there are quite a few that are vacant that are
Right.
quite a nuisance for various reasons. And
Right.
they, like I said, they're vacant. And then, of course, we have nuisance properties in which people
Right.
live there or have businesses.
And in terms of the bandwidth or city staff time for the nuisance residential properties, does that take up a lot of time? By code
Yes.
enforcement, so that does take up a lot of time today. After it's been identified and once it goes through, once we start beginning that process, is that where the time is being
Yes.
taken?
So it's not the initial call, it's the follow-up calls.
So having that proactive, I'm gonna have to formulate on that one because now I'm starting to go down a rabbit hole. Okay.
Can I go down that hole with you?
Well, let me finish my thought on so then from community development's perspective, how does the registration process help them if potentially we are looking to activate some of these vacant commercial properties that are a issue for your department today?
It would give us a different, an additional level
Okay.
of enforcement. As far as nuisance properties, on the residential side, there's not much of a financial penalty.
Right.
In fact, there's virtually none unless we, send it to the courts, and then that's determined by the courts. But there's nothing within our codes that actually say, there's a
Right.
penalty of $1,000.
Okay.
And it would actually give us more of a tracking database of vacant properties, which we, besides commercial, when we do our annual inspections, that's the only time we're documenting or noticing a vacant property. But when we go back a year later, they may already be back in that property.
Okay.
So it will give us a better tracking of these properties.
Okay. Thank you. Member Russell, did we capture everything with yours? I know it was the council request, but I started talking over you at that point, so.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, I have some comments about this, but I don't have
Okay.
any more questions.
Thank you. Member Wright, go ahead.
I guess to piggyback to what you were saying, if these vacant properties are nuisance already, I think we're setting up for more failure in taking properties because they're not going to register their properties, especially residential, I believe. I have a problem with that because they're not going to register a property if it's a vacant nuisance to begin with. I don't know if there's a way we could think of being creative to come up to work with these people. Do they want to sell the property? Is there something we could do creative with them? Are they in a position? I don't know. I'm not those people. Like you said earlier, are they out of state? Are they in a position where they can't get their property to sell? And we could work creatively with them to, hey, let's mow their lawn. Let's get volunteers to paint it. And when you sell it, pay us back for that or something. It's difficult. I know through the county assessor, we could find out who out-of-state people are. Personally, I think this is becoming too much government overreach. And I have a lot of concerns with that. And it's just taking more and more money from people, our snowbirds and stuff like that. So I think we need to be mindful of that.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Ward, did you want to make a comment or?
Yeah, a couple things. I think we're getting a little bogged down on the difference between residential properties and commercial properties here. I'll just say that my goal in pursuing something like this was to create a negative incentive to leave commercial properties vacant while simultaneously creating an incentive to develop them. So in my opinion, as long as it is cheaper or more cost effective for a property owner of a commercial property, for whatever reason, to leave it vacant, that's what they're going to do. And I hesitate to use the hammer of government, but in this case, I think this is a place where it might actually be warranted. On the residential side, I think nuisance properties on a residential level that are causing problems for a neighborhood are something that we can handle absent vacant property registration. So I'm not as concerned about the residential registration as I am about the commercial registration. My concern here is that perhaps because we maybe didn't communicate exactly what we were looking for, the process seems to address issues that are different than what I was looking to address. I think I was looking to address more of the economic type of issues. And while I agree that safety issues are very important, I'd like to see us do this in a manner that we can address both. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I'm not sure that our rate is exactly correct. And Member Newnenkamp is correct. What I had considered pursuing would be a tax, and the benefit there is that we can't charge an actual tax without it being authorized by the voters in our city. So then we have community-wide buy-in on this process as opposed to this council unilaterally just swinging the hammer of government in a direction that we think it should go, and potentially hitting something that we don't necessarily want to hit. So that's my perspective on what's been presented thus far, and I'll defer to other members as well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I have similar sense about this as Member Ward, in that I think if we want this to accomplish the have the economic impact, the fees would probably have to be much higher than limited to commercial specifically. I'm not sure I would support that, but I know I definitely don't support I have hesitancy around this whole issue to begin with, just in terms of what Member Wright was saying about, another layer of bureaucracy for the city to manage, plus another layer of government for citizens to go through. It seems excessive in some ways. I do have one thing that I want to put before council is something I think is at least worth talking about, and that is that I think the way our property taxes are structured, they incentivize people leaving properties vacant because the less you improve your property, the lower your taxes are. I know some cities, some places have done a land value tax. Taxes on the value of the land, whether it's improved or not. And those tend to that kind of a tax tends to incentivize developing properties, because then you're gonna get taxed the same amount regardless of how much development is done on that tax. I don't know if it's possible for the city to implement something like that, but then the more you do with the property, the more money you make off of it. Doesn't affect your taxes, so it incentivizes put your property to work. And I think that's what we're after here, is some way to incentivize businesses to put their commercial properties to work to bring that life to the city.
Member Nunekamp?
Sure, I'll weigh in. I'm very similar with the members who have already spoken. I am aligned that I would like to see less vacant buildings in the city, and that I would like our staff to be spending less time and resources addressing emergencies or safety issues because the buildings are vacant. I'm not sure that the proposal before us tonight really nails that on the head. I see, as what the staff presented, that there's value in it, but I'm not sure that the value is commensurate with the cost that it would be, and kind of the cumbersome nature of the program. So, but I would like us to still keep having a conversation about what is the best way for us to address the vacant issue, because if Lakewood is doing an emergency charge, I'm open to that conversation. Do we need to have higher penalties for nuisance properties? I'm open to that conversation. Some of the things that have come up tonight I think are really interesting for us to explore, but I am most interested in discouraging long-term commercial vacancies. So I would rather, maybe than council saying, what about a tax or what about a registration? I would say that is the question, or that is the aim. I would love to know what staff could bring back to us of all the different ways that we actually think we could do that, instead of just focusing on one program. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at with it. I'm still very interested in the goal. I'm not sure this is the right tactic for me at this point.
Anyone else? Member Russell?
Thank you, and I greatly appreciate the time that you spent on this. This is where I'm standing right now, is it's a danger we run into when we're trying to penalize one person or group. It makes things difficult for others. And I don't know that I want staff to spend any more time. I think perhaps if we're really committed to this council ought to spend time, put it on a study session, and brainstorm how we can incentivize businesses to invest in their buildings, instead of penalizing them. Because I think another thing is happening. I've seen some videos. This has probably already been 6 months ago, that Austin, Texas, their commercial district has been totally vacated because commercial businesses are going out of business. And so I think that there are things that we could brainstorm on, how we could encourage people to do things. But this is a private property situation, and I mean, even the conversation about penalizing people to punish them into submission, that really is an abuse of power. So I think that we need to be very careful about doing that. So I agree. I don't think that what we've heard tonight will accomplish what we want to do. And I absolutely don't like vacant buildings, but there are a reason, and there are things we can do to make sure that they're abiding by code. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Member Russell. I fall in the same boat. I like to bring this back as a study session, as Member Russell specified. I do think we need to narrow the scope of this. I'm more interested in the commercial building aspect of it, and figuring out ways, like Member Russell stated, to incentivize them improving those buildings. I'm also, the other part that was kind of weighing on me was, what's the reason that it's vacant? They're gonna be vacant for different reasons in different parts of the city. I wonder how many of the properties within city center are vacant because they're waiting for us to make a decision on what the city center redevelopment is gonna look like. That may be weighing on them and may be different than other parts of Englewood that have different reasons. So that's the part that I need to kind of just noodle on and try to figure out what's the best way to handle those different types of cases. So I'd be happy to have a study session in the future on this with us defining the scope of what it is that we're trying to accomplish with any type of ordinance for vacant properties in the city. But I do like the idea of trying to get that on sometime in 2025. Member Noonkemp.
I agree with the study session as well. I think it could be a collaboration between staff bringing us some ideas and the council collaborating. I think that's the way that the council and the staff work the best together. So I would want to rely on their expertise. But I'm also, because specifically of what Building Director Montez brought up, the idea of the fact that if we don't have a harsh enough penalty in our code to enforce the nuisance property issue, I would love to see if there are 4 people on this council who would like to have a study session on that as well, because I want to make sure that the staff have the tools that they need to enforce the code. And I know that the nuisance properties is something that has come up for me with constituents in the past. So I would like maybe a separate study session on that as well if folks are interested in that.
Thank you, Member Noonkemp. Member Russell.
Thank you. Actually, I was thinking of something else, and that kind of went out of my brain, but it'll come back. I actually, on the nuisance properties, I'm not sure that I want to do a study session yet, because I think that we've actually been looking at this I think there are some pretty severe penalties for nuisance properties, and I think that a lot of it goes along with code enforcement issues. I think that those two things need to be looked at together. I'm not saying that, I think we need to be careful on some of these nuisance properties also. There are some, like the one that came up a couple of weeks ago, where people are living there. But there are others where the strong arm of the law is punishing people, and we need to be careful about that also. So I'll think about the other thing. I did have another comment, but I'll think of it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the idea of talking about how the nuisance, whether laws need to change or what our enforcement process is and all of that. I really like nuisance laws as in general as a way of dealing with issues rather than creating another level of bureaucracy. We have a lot of laws that I think if we have a really effective approach to nuisances wouldn't perhaps be necessary. So I'm not sure. I mean, this could maybe start with a council request just on what is the whole process, what are the fees associated with nuisance property, how does the process work, does staff see any problems with it, and then before we go to a study session on it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Prang.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that it warrants further conversation. I think maybe part of our challenge is that we just don't have enough information around the impacts to the city. Like, I'm very curious, how much is this costing the city? It seems like not a huge amount of properties that we're currently tracking, but how do we determine whether we need to have, infringe on private property and have the hammer and do what we need to do with penalties, or if we need to be focusing more on the incentivizing piece if we don't have thorough information. So I'd just like to see a lot more on the impacts and whether there's some cost benefit analysis that we could do around bringing on a new full FTE and committing an ongoing, budget piece to that. I just feel like there's not enough information, but if we could have some of that, then it helps us narrow down how we want to focus in and perhaps be able to give better direction to staff on what we want to see come back to us.
Thank you, Member Prang. Member Wright.
Thank you. I recall, it might have been last year, maybe the year before, I had seen a list of properties that had been abated, and how much those properties were charged. I believe those are considered nuisance properties, or if they're not cutting their grass, or they didn't shovel, or different things. I believe those are considered nuisance properties if they end up in abatement because they've gotten tickets through code enforcement and stuff like that. Can we do a council request to get, I don't know, within, gosh, I don't want to take up a ton of staff time, but they put so much into it. The last year where homes have ended up being abated because I believe they go to a hearing to see that list and how much we've collected because it goes towards the property taxes. So if it ends up getting sold and that type of stuff, I think that would start giving us a list of the type of properties that are a nuisance, a problem, and how much we've ended up collecting. Because if it's Englewood staff or outside staff that ends up having to go to that home to do whatever work, it would start giving us a vision of what we're seeing where they go frequently. So, just a thought, though.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Russell.
Thank you. I remembered what it was. I think that Director Power would have some information on vacant commercial properties, correct? Not just necessarily in the city center area, but also along the Broadway corridor and any other place. I know that the ACE committee, before they disbanded, were working on identifying a lot of those properties. Do we have a list of those?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Brad Power, Community Development Director. We do know where those properties are. We actually subscribe to a commercial database so we can track and understand where commercial properties are coming and going. I would say that, we have some problem areas of commercial properties, particularly that are quite old. And so those are obviously the last ones to be of interest to the commercial property sector. We do have a really interesting and good story to tell on the other side, which is those properties that are in the core of the downtown. There's a lot of new tenants that are coming into those areas. We just have these areas that just don't have a ready-made market. And I was thinking a minute ago when you started to talk about the part two of this discussion around what do we do to incentivize the reuptake of vacant property on the commercial side. This would obviously be a long-term discussion, and it would definitely have financial implications, but you're very familiar with the grant programs that we offer now to businesses that are starting up and businesses that are expanding. Just as a brainstorm that I had sitting and listening is, at some point in the future, would the city engender the idea of working with property owners that don't have those tenants yet to improve their properties and make them more marketable? That's something we could put on the table and take a look at in terms of an expansion of our economic development efforts to work with those property owners prior to them securing a tenant to make their properties more attractive, because there are parts of town where the vacancy is just intractable because the market is very slow to respond to them.
Mm-hmm. So actually, I think you could help us on coming up with some ideas to generate discussion.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Member Ward.
One of the challenges that I see is that we don't control the federal tax code. And what I've been told in the past is that there is some sort of tax incentive that I don't understand relative to owning a commercial property and leaving it vacant. So when I talk about penalizing vacancy, what I'm ultimately trying to get at is removing that incentive that's embedded in the thing that we don't control by exercising our control here. I wouldn't normally suggest that we penalize people just for owning a property in our city. But if we can make it revenue neutral to have it vacant, I think that's a big win for us. What I don't want to see is people buying commercial properties that could be generating revenue and activating parts of our town and then just turning them into black holes because they get a tax write-off of it. That's upsetting to me, and I don't think that we would be acting responsibly if we leave that incentive in place. So that's what I'm looking to accomplish here, and I hope that clarifies things a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Member Ward. Mr. Power, just real quick on the the vacant properties, you said we have a list. Are those all properties within the city or that database that you subscribe to?
Yeah, let me
Or-
clarify. We know through the subscriptions that we can do is we can run a inquiry of the properties that are listed. So the challenge is we would have to investigate through other means to identify those properties that are not currently on the market. We know some of them. Darren Hollingsworth has a pretty good ear to the ground about what's going on in our commercial real estate sector. So he knows a fair number of the properties that are not listed, but I think it's fair to say that we don't have 100% knowledge of which properties are not necessarily on the market at any one time.
Okay. All right, perfect. Any other questions for members of council? All right, Ms. Montanez, Mr. Smith, thank you very much for your time. Thanks for the discussion. Did you have something else to add? Go ahead, Member Nunica.
I apologize. I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you so much to the staff. You put so much work into the presentation tonight. And I think the takeaway is we can be more clear on what we're actually looking for. And I don't want any of this to feel discouraging. But thank you very, very much. It was very thoughtful.
Yeah, thanks for the work on this. And with that, everyone, we are coming up to the top of the hour. If we want to take a 5-minute break, come back here just at 7:01, and then we'll start off the meeting at that point. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, we are now back. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could take roll call.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Present?
Member Noonan,
Present.
Member Praying,
Present?
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Ward,
Present.
Member Wright,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All seven present.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5, minutes from the regular city council meeting of October 21st. Any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from October 21st?
I move to approve the minutes from October 21st.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan,
Aye.
Member Praying,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to recognitions, City Council would like to recognize all the students that attended the fall session of the Citizens Planning School. The Citizen Planning School is an interactive program sponsored by the Community Development Department. It provides our residents and business owners with a background in the fundamentals of city planning. This year, the program was extended to a second semester that includes courses in economic development, redevelopment, housing, legislative land use updates, and what development looks like from the side of a developer. Many graduates go on to other citizen academies or apply for appointment to various different boards or commissions. And we do appreciate your dedication to the city, and I hope that the knowledge you gain will be an asset to you for many years to come, and congratulations on completing the session. Now, I do have certificates up here, so I'd like to take a picture with you. Actually, members of council would like to take a picture with all of you. So as we call your name, and City Clerk, will you call the names? I'll pass out their certificates, and then we'll take a group photo at the end. Do you happen to have the names, or?
I do not have the list.
Ryan, do you happen to have the names, or should I be reading off the names? Well, I can read off the names, so actually, we'll do it this way. So I'll just call out the names, and then if you wouldn't mind lining up, and then we'll all come up and take a picture at that point, so.
Actually, I do have.
Oh,
a
there we
list.
go.
Yep.
So I knew someone had the names. So I'll come up front and with the certificates.
Okay. You ready? Okay. Mary Vielhauer. Ashley Mock. Rick Emmelhanes. Beverly Coleman. Melissa Adams. Suzanne Dirksen. Logan Dunning. Linda Curry. Steve Paul. Audrey Kaufman. Carl Sanford. Chris Henning. Jennifer Bartlett. Erin Martinez. Sophie King. Justin Giesler. Liza Phelan. And Ronnie Hine.
We are now moving on to recognition of public comments. And so, going to read something a little bit different tonight. So on August 19th, City Council adopted its most recent version of the City Council policies. I am responsible for assuring compliance with the portion of the City Council policies regarding how the public addresses the City Council, and I want to provide clarification on how I, as the presiding officer of the City Council, would be making sure the manner of addressing City Council in the City Council policies is properly implemented. Moving forward, City Council policies will be implemented as follows. Consistent with the City Council policy, the agenda states as follows: Englewood residents must provide your address or cross streets. Non-Englewood residents must provide the name of the city where they reside. If you fail to provide this information, you are not eligible to speak during public comment for this meeting. If you have addressed council in the last 90 days, you will be moved to the bottom of the list. As part of the City Council policies that were amended on August 19th, each person addressing the City Council shall first give to the city manager designee their first name and last name, and to ensure the proper staff or council member is assigned to resolve the issue raised when necessary. The speaker's Englewood residential address or street intersection nearest the address, or the name of the city other than the city of Englewood where the speaker resides. No one shall be recognized to speak during public comment if they refuse to provide this information to the city manager's designee prior to the public comment on the City Council agenda. And if the speaker indicates a safety concern, the city manager's designee shall treat residential address information with confidentiality if authorized by the Englewood Municipal Code and other applicable law. In order to implement this recent amended language, the public comment sign-up includes a place for the individual to provide the information required by the City Council policies, and it specifically requires those wishing to provide public comment to provide the speaker's first name and last name, the speaker's Englewood residential address or street intersection, or the name of the city other than Englewood where the speaker resides. If a speaker refuses to provide the information on the sign-up sheet, I will not recognize that speaker for public comment. And please be aware that this information assists the city in addressing items brought up during public comment and assists the city in managing the meeting itself, consistent with the balancing the protections provided to speakers under the First Amendment and the obligation of the City Council to conduct public business efficiently. So thank you very much for that. You are limited to 3 minutes. We have 90 minutes total for tonight for public comments. I believe, where's the sign-up sheet here? We have 5 speakers here tonight, and Mayor Pro Tem, you're giving the response to public comment. So up first is Karen, and I can't read the last name. So Karen, are you here? There we are. Good evening, Karen. When you are ready to speak, please do so.
Good evening. My name is Karen Kit. I'm from Denver. So I want to address why people are becoming more afraid to make public comment. I myself was just denied by Stephanie to make public comment last week. I was told that I couldn't use my address as it was a public place. And on top of that, people who expect you all to hold up to our rights as given to us by the men and women who fought and died to do so. We have these rights. We are given them. You are given them. Everyone is given them. But we shouldn't have to give them up to be recognized. It doesn't matter where you're from, who you are, what your address is. You should be able to redress your government as it sees fit. People are being given exclusions, warrants, all this jail, everything else, and can you honestly blame people for not wanting to come and speak when they're afraid of what you are going to do, what rule you are going to make up? What about those people that died? Do their rules still stick, the ones they fought for? Because I'm here today talking about that. My rights, not only as a person, but as a human. We're all human. We all mess up, right? But does that mean that we should be judged or made to go and do something out of nothing? It's not fair. I think that you should listen to what everyone has to say, no matter what comment they have, where they live, who they are. We are all important. We are all people, and we all have rights. I expect you to respect mine as I will respect yours. I halfway wonder why people are homeless and they turn to drugs and alcohol and everything else. It's because they're stuck in the same spot. They can't redress their government. They can't come to you guys for help because what are you going to do? Oh, don't film me. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do this. They're trying to honestly talk to you as a human. And yet you throw things at them. So that's why people are afraid to come and see you guys. Understand. Be compassionate.
Karen, thank you very much for your time. Your 3 minutes are up. Member Wright has a question for you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You said at the beginning that you were not allowed to make comment because Stephanie said it was a public place.
Yes.
Please explain what you meant by that comment.
So last time I wanted to make public comment, I wasn't allowed to, or Stephanie called me back and said, that is a public park.
So did you give an address or something? And
I gave an address and she said it was a public place. Being homeless, it doesn't matter if you're homeless.
okay, that makes sense now. So if I understand correctly now, you live in Denver and where you reside is in a Denver public park.
Yep.
Okay, and because of that address, you were not allowed
was
to
not,
make
yes.
public comment. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, Karen, thank you very much for coming tonight. Up next is Chris Tenerio from Denver. Hello, Chris. When you're ready to speak, your 3 minutes will start.
Okay, good evening to everybody at City Council. I'm from Denver, and I do commute through here quite a bit on the 35 and via light rail. And with the oncoming cold weather, there should be some resources out there for the homeless because they have nowhere else to go, and they need to get the help that they need because I've seen a lot of them strung out heavily on narcotics. And I think about a year ago, I ended up saving a guy's life who OD'd on fentanyl. So, and this is something that needs to be addressed fully. Also have Narcan available to those who can get to it. So that way they can have the life-saving medicine that could reverse the opioid overdose. And I yield back.
Chris, thank you very much for coming tonight. I have a question. So you're asking us to provide resources. You mentioned fentanyl, Narcan. What are some of the things that you would like for the city to do with that or with anything else that you?
I would like to see the city offer resources for shelters, and also treating the homeless humanely.
Treat the homeless humanely.
Correct.
In terms of Narcan, where would you like us to make it available if you don't have any? On your own?
Swedish hospital. That would
So
be
the
a good
hospitals,
spot.
okay.
Yes, to where they can get it and they can get it right then and there because it's now available over the counter through Walgreens.
Okay. Thank you. Member Wright, you have a question.
I do. Thank you. Do you know what Hat Force is?
I'm not familiar with that. No.
Okay, they took over for the cold weather shelter, and they made the call today for Englewood for the next 3 days as of tomorrow that they will be providing sheltering for our homeless. They will be doing vouchers, and they put the call out for our nonprofits for 300 meals, and So,
Member Wood, do you have a question?
so I wanted to see if you are aware of the different resources we do have in Englewood.
Now that you mention that, I'm kind of familiar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. I see no further questions. Chris, thank you very much for coming tonight.
You're welcome.
Up next is Silas Strawbridge, here from 2760 South Ogden. Hello, Silas. When you're ready, you can go ahead and speak.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, fellow citizens. Even though I missed the public hearing session for this issue last week, I would like to speak on the home industry laws, specifically as they relate to knife sales, before the council votes on them tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, life is sharp. Every day, every one of us must use knives, scissors, blenders, and the like as an indispensable part of our daily lives. Knives are essential to modern life. In fact, the knife is one of the most basic tools known to man. From earliest times, men have relied on knives, and for much of human history, their ability to make and use these tools has effectively determined the effectiveness of their civilization. I have always been a fascinated admirer of knives in general. The grace of the tapering metal and the almost miraculous way that it severs the bonds which knit a substance together, along with the multitudinous uses of these tools, has captured my mind from a young age. Because my parents believed in the importance of familiarizing and training me in this most essential of all tools, I learned how to use my first pocket knife when I was only 6 years old and haven't really looked back since. This experiential gift has proved invaluable to me from that time onward. I've also been eager to earn money through many entrepreneurial ventures for many years, including small engine repair, locksmithing, and finally, knife sales. I did extensive research and finally ended up purchasing a lot of knives from a fellow collector on Craigslist and was able to triple my investment over the next few months by reselling those knives on eBay. I also bought a few lots of TSA confiscated knives off a government surplus website and was able to sell those for a profit as well. Over the course of a few years, I learned how to market those knives, how to take proper pictures, but I also learned how to tell a good knife from a bad one, a safe knife from a dangerous one, a reliable knife from a one that would fail. Selling knives has taught me to treat knives as tools, with respect, but without timid fear or distrust. I have learned to use knives properly through continual use and have acquired a solid knowledge of the inner workings and science behind the traditional pocket knife, so I'm able to handle a knife properly and maintain it, keeping it sharp and running smooth. Everyone is going to be using knives in their lives. Some of them will use them well, others will get injured, and I think that my experience with knives has taught me how to use knives well, which is an invaluable skill in our society. Because knives play such an important role in our society, they are abundant and freely sold. Most knives are not restricted. Anyone can walk down the street to Walmart or to the Army surplus store and buy one, no questions asked. The stores do not need special licenses to sell most of these knives, nor do the buyers need a license to buy one. As a matter of fact, anyone can hop on eBay and buy as many knives as he likes. Knives are neither restricted nor hard to get, and in fact, viewing knives with a scared and timid attitude actually endangers people rather than protecting them. This ban on knife sales would stop people from owning knives and would really just
Silas,
defamiliarize
your
them.
3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. Member Wright has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. If we were to amend this, what maximum length of a blade would you want us to see?
Well, I think federal law mandates 3.5 for open carry of for concealed carry of pocket knives, and Denver mandates 3 inches for pocket knives. But I think that limit on pocket knives is not the whole point. Like there's for example like a Pampered Chef event, like things like those where you're selling knives in your home. A limit on knives would kind of defeat the purpose of such events as those. But like for pocket knives, 3.5 and 3 are really the recommended lengths from other jurisdictions.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you so much.
Member Ward.
I'm gonna ask you a couple personal questions, which you're under no obligation to answer. First question, how old are you?
16.
And what grade are you in currently in school?
I'm a junior in high school.
Awesome, that's all I need to know, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So what type of knives do you sell? Do you sell hunting knives, and like Pampered Chef? So just an assortment? I mean,
Yeah, I just used Pampered Chef as an example, but I usually, the ones I've generally sold have either been small folding knives or slightly larger hunting knives.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Silas, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Regan Benson from Utopia. Regan? Regan, when you're ready to speak, you may do so.
Nobody announced who the chief administrative officer for the city is right now, in case somebody needs to be told to leave. You need to know that if you're the acting chief administrator, blah, 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 you better announce that in your rules as well. So anyway, I have some bullet pointed list that I want to read about things that need to be put on the record since you guys are working overtime to make sure that I can't be here to comment and redress government. Number one, you should have taken me up on my voluntary offer to forego my First Amendment rights back when I offered to never come speak here again. If you stopped punishing your residents of Englewood for exercising their First Amendment rights, as some of them have now willingly agreed to give up. Number two, you're very silly, unlawful, and unconstitutional practices of deliberately violating people's rights on multiple levels and through various facets of self-entitled dictators here in this mismanaged operation known as Englewood City Government. You're soon going to become one civil rights lawsuit right after another. It's not a threat. It is a bona fide promise. And your incompetent city attorney secured that this week. This past Friday. We are going into year 3, where you were supposed to have services available through your Tri-Cities homeless scam. There's still nothing. Here we are again in a severe weather event, and Englewood is deliberately relying on Denver's shelter system again. $1 million a few years ago, blah, blah. We're going to do all kinds of great stuff. We've done absolutely nothing. You continue to use enforcement and use of force to address the public health crisis that is homelessness, contrary or in spite of being made aware of multiple factual excessive force cases on those experiencing homelessness. Not one of my official IA complaints to date has been responded to for any disposition ever, and all of the excessive force complaints to date made by me and others I have assisted in making those complaints to Englewood PD still remain entirely ignored. You've got a city manager that runs an entire civic center based on his feelings. The same city manager that just recently posted a litany of unconstitutional mandates regarding freedom of expression, redress, and the public's right to engage in First Amendment activity with the elected and city officials. Thank you very much.
Regan, your time is up. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none. Moving next to Elizabeth Canales from Haddonfield, Illinois. Hello, Elizabeth. If you want to, you can start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields the body's burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord, yeah. Politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out to fight? They leave that all to the poor. Yeah. Time will tell on their power minds, making war just for fun, treating people just like pawns in chess. Wait till their judgment day comes, yeah. Now in darkness, world stops turning. Ashes where their bodies burning. No more war pigs have the power. Hand of God has struck the hour. Day of judgment, God is calling. On their knees, the war pigs crawling. Begging mercies for their sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah. Fuck the police, coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad 'cause I'm brown. And not the other color, so the police think. They have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit, 'cause I ain't the one. For a punk-ass motherfucker with a badge and a gun to be beaten on and thrown in jail, we can go toe-to-toe in the middle of a cell. I don't know if they fags or what, search a nigga down and grabbing his nuts. But take off a gun so you can see what's up, and we go at it. Punk, I'ma fuck you up. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck. And I yield. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for tonight. Mayor Pro Tem, when you're ready, you can give a response.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everyone, for coming out to share your thoughts tonight. We really appreciate hearing from you all. Karen, I'm sorry I didn't catch your last name exactly, but I appreciate you coming out. I would suggest another easy way to deal with the address issue. We also allow for cross streets, so whatever cross streets are closest to where you happen to sleep last, I think are perfectly acceptable as well. We do want to make sure that whether you have a home or not, you're welcome to come here to City Council and speak, and I would absolutely welcome you. So we appreciate you coming tonight. Mr. Tenario, thank you for coming out, and we appreciate hearing your concerns about the homeless. I know it is a priority for our City Council, and we have a number of resources. You've already heard some of it at Hatforth. We have that in place for the cold weather sheltering. We have a mobile resource unit that can go around and help people out when they're in need. We have a caseworker with our police department for our homeless population. So we're doing a lot, but stuff falls through the cracks. If you see somebody who's in need, don't hesitate to call the police, and they'll come out with a mobile response unit, not particularly with a lot of police force, to help out people who are in need, and that's a big priority for us. So we appreciate the eyes on the ground, and thanks for addressing that tonight. Mr. Strawbridge, thank you for coming to speak to your issue regarding knives. Appreciate hearing especially from the younger generations and your experience with Englewood's codes, how our new codes may affect you, and we'll certainly take those things into consideration when we come to make final amendments to the ordinance tonight, and I'll be proposing an amendment if somebody else doesn't beat me to it, so I appreciate your coming to speak tonight. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? All right, everyone, that concludes public comment. We are moving on to consent agenda items. And Member Russell, so I wanted to just confirm, you wanted to pull 9B2, 9B3, and 9C3, correct?
B6
Oh, was it?
and C3.
I'm sorry, say that again, it was?
It's 9B2, 9B3, 9B6, and 9C3.
All right, perfect. And then, let me just remember right, you wanted to pull 9A1 and 9C2, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, and with that, can I get a motion to approve 9A2, 9B1, 9B4, 9B5, and 9C1?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Needham.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Member Wright, you have a question regarding 9A1. This is CB 51, the IGA between the United States Marshal Service and the City of Englewood. Do we have Deputy Chief? All right, Member Wright, do you have your question?
I do. Good evening.
Good evening, council.
Actually had a couple. Will the Englewood officer only be working in Englewood when with the Marshal's office, or
No.
will they be outside of our jurisdiction?
So yeah, that's it's kind of a two-part question for me. So one of the reasons we're pulling our investigator out of Raven is because we did not get as much local, what we thought to be attention as we wanted from that task force. And so what we're going to be able to do now with the Marshal's task force is that same detective will be spending approximately 40 to 50% of their time filing Englewood cases into Arapahoe County Court, specifically Englewood cases that would relate to what the crimes that were in the Marshal's task force. Their what's it called? The
Raven?
Regional Fugitive Task Force. So what we would be getting is a detective that still is here in Englewood filing Englewood cases, but then would be assisting the Marshal Service at the way they would be assisting us to, once that warrant is signed, to go then and immediately arrest the suspect instead of waiting for them to get contacted down the road. So our investigator would be doing Englewood cases and then going outside of Englewood and assisting in the metro region with arresting those other Marshal's task force subjects that had warrants.
Okay, so let me ask this, and for this investigator, what would be the priority for them? Stuff going on in Englewood or the Marshal Service? So let's say something really big is going on in Englewood. Could at any time the chief call and say, we need them in Englewood right now? Or is Marshal's activities a higher priority?
No, their priority would be the city of Englewood. So that's one of the benefits of a federal task force that we have seen in the past too, is that if we do have a large scale event, we can, not just the chief, but even one of our detective sergeants, whoever could call and talk to our investigator, and then we would have 20 people available to us from that federal task force immediately to assist us with whatever he needed.
Okay, and then my last question, well, maybe not. How time sensitive is this with us having our new police chief sworn in next week, where we couldn't wait for this until next week for him to be involved in this?
So we had already made this decision a couple of months ago when we pulled our investigator out of Raven. And so we went ahead and made this change already. So this change is happening. The MOU is the formal part that has to happen for us to have that formal task force investigator.
Okay, and I'm sorry, MOU, tell me the acronym again, please. Oh, thank you.
Memorandum
Yep.
of Understanding. Yeah.
Okay, so they still get me. Okay, so this is something we probably should not wait 2 more weeks on then.
There's no reason to, no ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of acronyms, Member Wright. Member Pring.
Thank you for being here. Just have a curiosity around the body-worn camera pieces of this. And, because I'm sure many members of the public reading the packet might have similar questions. Can you just explain to me why investigating public corruption would be an exemption for someone to?
No idea. These are federal guidelines
Okay.
for federal task force officers. It's the same with almost any federal task force. If you have a task force officer from a local jurisdiction, they have to follow the federal guidelines via body-worn cameras, but I can't specifically answer the question.
Thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. And so I have a question. Even though we did make this decision a couple months ago, have you had opportunities to talk to the new chief of police about this at all?
No, this is just ongoing business operations. No, ma'am.
So if council didn't approve it tonight, you couldn't move forward with it, right?
No, we could not move forward with it right now if council did not approve it. The individual is already working with the Marshal's task force now since we removed him from Raven. This is, again, just the formal MOU that has to be approved by council and signed by the mayor.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. I'm not really happy about it, but.
Member Ward, did you have a question?
Yeah, this is logistical. It's probably covered in the information in the packet, but with Raven, we had, the mission of Raven was to actually perform certain types of investigations, correct?
Mostly do with firearms, yes, sir.
And this task force is exclusive to fugitive apprehension, or will they be doing other types of investigations as well?
No, the focus is fugitive apprehension, but the bonus to the city for the Marshal's task force is that our detective stays in Englewood for approximately 40 to 50% of their time and files Englewood-specific cases with the DA's office. And then when those cases are become warrants, then our task force officer works with the Marshal Service and their other task force officers to go out and immediately take that person into custody.
So this is really just leveraging our ability to take bad guys off the street.
Yes.
And they'll still have access to the federal tools that they had access to under Raven?
They would have
potentially?
access to some of the federal tools that they had access to in Raven. Again, we did not see what we really wanted to see from that task force locally.
And they'll still be sworn in as a deputy marshal?
Yes.
I think that answers all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A1?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I know that I don't understand this totally. It's taking, whether they were with Raven or whether they're with this program, it's taking one of our patrol officers, or what department does
It's a
this
sworn police officer. It's an investigator.
investigator? Okay, I appreciate that. So, I'm not sure how I'm voting yet, because it concerns me that we're making decisions that couldn't have waited till the next council meeting. But, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Ward?
I think the one thing that does give me a little bit of heartburn on this is somewhat similar to Councilwoman Russell's, in that you've indicated that this officer is already operating in this capacity, and yet technically speaking, our authority is required to approve the MOU.
No, I'm not operating as a full-time task force officer yet. No, just working with the Marshal Service, getting acclimated to that position.
Okay, so if we still have the authority to make the yes/no decision here effectively.
Of course.
Because if we were to say no to this,
Of
then
course.
he would be pulled from that duty and put back on the investigator's squad as
Or
a full-time
wherever
investigator. Or
or
reassigned.
wherever we would assign the investigator, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Member Wright?
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that, because the thought through my head is initially, why are we involved? Because I thought I at first understood that this investigator had been working with them for the last couple of months.
They have been working with the Marshal's Task Force the last couple of months, acclimating to the position, yes.
So I guess my question is, number one, why didn't this come to council earlier if they've been working with us for the past couple of months? And granted, we've had a lot on our plates, but it's something I will not say no to, because I believe it's important work.
I can answer the question. We did pull our resource. I mean, it's our officer to pull from that federal task force from Raven. And then we decided to look into other task forces, like the council communication said, and we found the Marshal's task force, and we assigned our officer, our investigator, to work with that Marshal's task force to get acclimated to the task force. But it takes about, I think I've had this, I think I submitted this over a month ago, because it takes time to go through the city attorney's office. It takes time. So I can't just get an MOU onto the council within a week or two.
That no
This takes
magic
about 4
wand.
to 6 weeks for me to get a council request in to get to council.
I'm, it's almost a year here, and I'm still forgetting how fast government works. Yeah. So, okay, I
hope that
appreciate.
answers the question. There's no funny
I-
business, so to speak. It just takes time to get in
And
front of
yes,
council.
and I'm still trying to understand that,
Okay.
because it's hard to grasp.
I
It really
understand.
is. I appreciate that
Yes,
so
ma'am.
much. So, okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much.
All right,
Can I ask one more
go ahead,
question?
Member Russell.
So was this decision made before Chief Watson left?
Yes. Yes, he was part of this decision.
Okay, So, but was it before he had decided to retire?
No, I think he decided to retire a long time before that, but this
But
decision
he didn't
was,
tell y'all,
this
right?
decision was made before he left, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
All right, with that, everyone, we have a first and a second. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnham.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra. Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thanks, council.
Mike, sorry. Moving on to 9B2, I believe, Member Russell, you had a question for Deputy Director Host. Good evening, Tim.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Member Russell, you have your question?
Yes, and actually, the same question would apply to 9B3 also. Would these amendments require an increase in the current stormwater fees? And are they being funded by the proposed inflationary increase? Both of these projects, because we're increasing the amount of money available.
So yeah, these are both funded by the current fund balance. They are not dependent on the proposed rate increase. They're all funded by the current rates.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Any further questions for our members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9B2?
So
I
moved.
move to approve 9B2.
Thank you, Member Russell. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Wright. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnham.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. 9B3, I believe the question may have been answered already. Were there any further questions, Member Russell?
No.
All right. Any questions for members of council on 9B3? If not, can I get a motion to approve 9B3?
I move to approve 9B3.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Pring. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnham.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Next question is, I believe, for Deputy Director of Public Work, or excuse me, Director of Public Works, Victor Rochelle, or City Attorney Tamara Niles. This is regarding 9B6, the city's, amending city's right-of-way code. Member Rosa, I believe this is yours as well. Do you happen to have a question for Director Rochelle?
Yes, I do. And so these questions may have already been answered for me before, but I think it's probably good for us. What fees do we currently charge for block party closures?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Victor Rochelle, Director of Public Works. Thank you, Member Russell, for the question. So currently for block parties, there's a $25 non-refundable fee, and then traffic control is required. And that generally runs about $150, and it's done through a third party. And all that information is spelled out on the city's website.
Okay, so that, is that similar to what we do for the Broadway block party also?
Generally speaking, it is, but the Broadway Block Party is a city-run event. Although we do pay for traffic control because of the size and the nature of that, we're not able to handle that ourselves internally.
Okay, and the reason that I asked this question, because there is somebody that asked me, they want to do a car show down on Windermere next June, and so would those fees be the same for that? They want to close off the street maybe for a couple blocks.
Yes, so I would recommend they go to the website. There is a time window in which we allow block parties or closures of blocks. If they're closing multiple blocks, we'll have to take care and look at the detour plan. It does specify in the requirements that they need to provide access for emergency vehicles to get through should that be the case.
Okay, and do we give, do we have anything in the code for breaks for nonprofit organizations?
To my knowledge, not at the moment. Discussing internally, we believe that that could be something we could look at as we bring forward the upcoming rate and fee schedule.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so So my question for you, this ordinance that we're looking at, in this, does this ordinance apply to these types of things that I just asked, or is there a different ordinance that applies?
That is a good question. I do not believe it applies, as it's a separate permit. The ordinance that we're talking about today is really around construction and improvements within the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. That helps me, and I got the answer to my questions in addition. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9B6?
I move to approve 9B6.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Nudenkamp. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nudenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much, Director Rochelle. You might be back for the next one. Next one up is, or two from now, 9C2. Question is for Management Fellow Liz Ramsey, I believe, Member Wright. This is Q2 and Q3 strategic plan updates. Good evening, Ms. Ramsey. Member Wright, do you have your question?
Thank you. Good evening. For this, I guess it's more for you and council, Ms. Ramsey, is I'm looking through this and I'm really questioning what we are voting on, opposed to, do we need to have an update and maybe a study session before we're voting on stuff, is kind of my question.
I'm happy to take that. So Member Wright, we've, in the past couple of years, we've actually, and it's all council's decision about how you want to handle this, but we've gone back and forth about either doing these quarterly updates as a motion that you have discussion on, or as a consent agenda item. We have not done study sessions. However, if that's what you'd like to see, we certainly could do them. This is just part of our agreement that we would come back every quarter and basically give you an update. The vote is basically to accept the update as well as to accept any modifications that are being proposed by staff. So Ms. Ramsey has done a pretty incredible job. I think, as you recall, we changed the model this year. It used to be that directors would just provide the city manager and I with updates during meetings. We now have these collaborative team meetings on each area in the plan that Ms. Ramsey and others lead. And so that's why we bring this to you. So if you'd like to do a deeper dive, we certainly could. We were just kind of following the past precedent.
And for myself and maybe Member Prang as the newer council members, I'm looking at this and I'm a bit lost. And I know we're several years into this, so I'm kind of like, what is it I'm voting on? I feel very uneducated as I'm trying to go through this. So I don't know. I'm very uncomfortable with voting on something. So, and I'm sorry, it's not on you because I know you're newer here too. So you're just updating. So
No, that's a fair point, Member Wright. I was going to go to Member Russell before I made a comment on it, but go ahead, Member.
Right.
Well, oh, you looked at, go
I
ahead.
went
You
left.
can go down there. Or did you
Well,
do this
Member
on
Wright
purpose?
was there asking the question, so I was looking left, so.
Okay, I just, you know, now that she brought that up, I've kind of wondered that for a while. I really wonder if this is something we should be doing in a study session and not even have to vote on it at all. I mean, then council has been updated. We don't have to, and it gets put on consent agenda, so we read through it. Whereas if staff has been working on this just with those updates, it shouldn't take that long for staff to just update us on those things that are going on. I think it actually would be more productive for the council, and more understandable, I think.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Ward.
I agree with that sentiment. I thought we had previously agreed that these would not appear on the consent agenda. And for some reason, it's on the consent agenda tonight.
So you're right. So if for Q1, those were that was an open item that we discussed. It wasn't part of consent agenda item. This one was, and I'm not sure exactly why we put it on consent agenda, but it might have been just one of those slips where we're like, just didn't go yes, no.
I know how it
So,
works.
but there was, well, it doesn't help here because we have 2 quarters of changes and modifications and delays and that type of thing. So I think to me, and I understand your concern, Member Wright, there were a lot of basically updates that were made based off of what our strategic plan is from the city. Nothing major from what I saw. I was able to scroll through them and kind of, some of them I just had questions of. It seems like staff did want to add items that they have completed over the course of the last 2 quarters to just show that this is what we've done to address that section of the strategic plan. Other aspects of it are just showing we delayed this for whatever reason was given on those. And some of those are being like merged in with something else because they saw that it just made sense to merge it with another, goal of the plan. So it probably does make sense for us to have it as part of an open or not on consent agenda item so we can talk through them and we can ask questions regarding the actual change and why that change was made. So I'm not sure if it helps us at this point in time because maybe not all council members look through the changes, but this could be an open item that we have an open forum now to just bring up any of the concerns that you have about what was delayed or modified or that type of thing. But let me go back to Member Ward because the floor is still his, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I would support putting this on a study session agenda. I think particularly with our strategic plan, since it informs the public and staff of everything that we're intending to do, and why, really, it's important for us to discuss it on a regular basis, openly. And it serves to remind us of what we've agreed on as well. So I'd like to send it to a study session. I'm not really prepared to, given the length of tonight's agenda, do it tonight. I think it deserves more robust treatment than we can do it tonight.
Thank you, Member Ward. Let me go to Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Wright.
Keep going, right?
Thank you, Mayor. I would rather just see this on a regular council agenda since I think it should be voted on if we're actually making changes to the strategic plan and having a discussion within the context of a regular meeting and modifying it as necessary would be my preference. Otherwise, I think we're going to end up in a situation where we have a study session on it and then have another discussion once we bring it forward. I think it'd save a little time to just do it all as one in a regular council meeting, which is how we used to do it.
That's how we've done it, yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Wright.
I think I would agree on a regular item or even a regular item. And the amount of work that all of our staff puts into this, it needs more than a consent. And even council, the inputs that, other council members put into it and stuff. And for those of us that are, late to the game, reading this, I'm like, oh, they did this, or what, we need to do this. So I think, we owe those that have worked on this the time for this, and if we need to put input, it is much more than consent, and I don't think it should ever be on consent personally. So it's definitely worth discussions, and I don't know, if when it's presented to us where maybe if we have questions ahead of time as a thought, we could let Liz know if she's presenting where it could be sent to those department heads and have those answers ahead of time, or they need to be present, because it is big. It's a big plan. So, and you're really good at doing that type of work because we've worked together. So just got to give those props. So thank you. Thank you for being here. So.
Thank you, Member Wright. And Member Russell.
Thank you. The one thing, if something is just delayed, why would we have to vote on it? If there is actually going to be a change, then I understand having to vote on it. So, we could actually have the discussion in a study session. And
But there are some changes in here.
in this one?
Well, I
But
was
I
gonna
mean
say,
for
so
future.
I think delay just means that it's not gonna make it as part of the 2024 strategic plan. So we still plan on, and correct me if I'm wrong on that, Deputy Director or Ms. Ramsey, but the delay is just, it's just, we did the work and realized we're not gonna be able to do it in 2024.
So, kind of. When we added in all of the expected delivery dates, if it's not completed by that delivery quarter, that's when it's marked as delayed. So it could still get completed in the quarters for the rest of the year. It's just delayed compared to when it was expected.
And it's okay if I add, Mayor, I think what's confusing is we're basically doing two things here. So one thing is we're just giving you an update on where the projects are at, which is either on track, delayed, or completed. And then we're also asking if you want to make modifications. So because it's your plan, you can make modifications anytime you want to. We just thought it would make sense to bring it back quarterly. And then staff does collect some ideas for your consideration on modifications. So that's typically why it's been a motion on the council agenda, because it's typically what you're approving is basically any changes, but it is, I guess you could say, part of it is a quote unquote study session that you're going through the status updates on the projects as well.
Okay.
And I would add, Mayor, that that was the direction that council gave us on how to do this in terms of the timing and what you wanted to see. I think the point about consent agenda, we can definitely fix that and make sure that that's never on consent agenda. But in terms of, any time that we're delaying, as Ms. Ramsey said, that is a change to the plan because we told you one date and now we're going to have to change that. So all of these modifications, if you have any concerns, questions, that's what this item is really for, is for you to bring those up. Say, actually, no, I think that this modification is not in alignment with, your priorities as a council, and we can make any of those changes.
Okay. Anything else on that, Member Russell? Okay. Member Wright and then Member Pring.
And I just have a question. We have our council retreat in January because of council vacation in December. Is this something where we might want to look at just addressing as a whole because of the time crunch at council retreat, because of the amount of time that we don't have coming up?
Mayor, I think that's a great question. What we've historically done with the council retreat is use that for a deep dive into more major changes to the plan. So what we show on in the memo is really where it's outlined exactly what changes are being made. That's really for things that we don't consider to be, really substantial changes. Like we're not adding a section or changing a section. We're simply modifying some of the goals and the projects. But yeah, we've historically treated the January retreat for more significant updates to the plan. But we could do that on a quarterly basis instead of, as a retreat as well.
Okay.
It's really whatever council wants. We just would like clear direction so that we can kind of get on a cycle and a process and maintain that.
Just a thought there.
Member Pring.
Thank you. Just to weigh in, it's our strategic plan, and this guides the work that we give to our staff. I think it's worth having it pulled off of consent, but as a regular agenda item, I agree with Member Anderson that having a vote on it and having that memorialized in our record, public facing, even if we're just, making small changes on dates, et cetera, it's still the major document that guides our work, guides our discussions, and if we are shifting priorities as a council, as we evolve as a group and a team, I think it's important to have that reflected in a vote.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, so based on that feedback, are we good to table this until it'll be Monday the 18th? Is that a good time to bring this back? All right. Can I get a motion to table this until the 18th?
I moved to table. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Member Wright. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? All right. Can we please vote on tabling this until November 18th?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan Kemp.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Member Wright?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Ramsey. And I do agree with Member Wright. If there are any questions or comments regarding what is in front of you in the packet, feel free to just send that over to Ms. Ramsey so they can start doing the work on preparing that for the 18th. All right, moving on to 9C3. We have Director of Public Works, Victor Rochelle, and I believe Member Russell, was that yours?
Yes. So I thought we were proposing a traffic light, not a RRFB. So why has that changed?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again. Good question. So originally we were proposing a number of traffic control devices, either a traffic signal or a hawk signal. Since that initial conception, we collected data, and the data plus input from Englewood schools run through the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is a document that has warrants on what device we're going to put in, adopted through the Model Traffic Code. We did not meet warrants for a full traffic signal or a hawk signal, but we did meet warrants for a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, along with other modifications. We're looking at curb bulb outs, increased lighting, and a striped crosswalk at that location.
So isn't that what we have down here on Broadway?
Yes, that is what we have at Broadway.
And do you know how many times people almost get run over there? Have we had any pedestrian accidents there yet?
On Broadway?
On Broadway.
I don't know the number. I've not looked at that accident data specifically.
And have we been talking about the Broadway one, changing it to a light rather than the rapid?
We have, and that one does meet warrants. There's 3 times as much traffic. We have almost 30,000 cars a day on Broadway, and then we have 3 times as many pedestrians as well, given the district, the commercial district. On Oxford, we have approximately 10,000 vehicles a day. And as part of our data collection, we also included a speed study. And the 85th percentile speed, which is to say that 85% of cars or more or less are going that speed, is 31.9 eastbound and 32.8 westbound.
You know that Broadway crossing is mostly adults. If it's children, they're accompanied by adults.
Yes.
This is elementary age children.
Which we did take that into account at our pedestrian count, recognizing that elementary school children will not be walking alone. So the data that we collected, we also added a factor for adults as well as vulnerable population, which accounts for children.
So, but you understand it's probably not the pedestrians that are going to cause the accident. It's the cars not paying attention that everybody else has stopped. Or they don't see the pedestrian and the pedestrian gets hit. So, okay, well, you answered my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Not sure where to go next. There's a lot of lights on. So I'm going to go to my right, Member Ward, and then Member Noonenkamp, and then Member Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Member Russell sort of brings up, I think, an interesting question in my mind. You've gone over the logical reasons why we have prescribed the type of signal that we have here. And my question is, if this body says, no, we want a hawk signal, do we have some sort of penalty for that we have to pay for failing to comply with the model traffic standards statewide or on a federal basis? Or is it something that they say, well, shame on you, you shouldn't do that, and then they just look the other way?
There's a couple of things to consider there. First, I would say the grant would probably not be approved because it wouldn't be warranted. Second, we would need to research, but there could be some liability there. Again, we're not following the model traffic code and the MUTCD, which we've adopted by city code. So we're violating our city code. So if we were to put in something that wasn't warranted and a pedestrian got injured or there was some other accident, there could be some liability there, and we'd have to work with city attorney's office to determine that.
I appreciate that. The answer to that question will inform my decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Noonenkamp?
I have a similar question, and my mind was where Member Russell's was, just about if these are unattended elementary school kids walking to school, it's very different in their ability to navigate a multi-lane street like Oxford. I see in the council communication that Englewood Schools conducted a survey of the families at Clayton. As you know, families have also come here to city council.
Yes.
Have we been in touch with the families directly or only through the schools? And did the survey of the schools, it says that they said that it was identified as a need, but did the survey include what kind of signal would be included?
No, the survey was more broad-based on how many students walk versus how many bike versus how many drive or are driven. Given, again, these are elementary school students and generally would not be traveling alone. It also talked about barriers. There's no control right now at all at the signal. This proposed project also includes a median. So it's a two-stage crossing, so you're crossing one lane, stopping, and then crossing another lane with buttons in the middle of the road as well. The survey, to answer your question directly, did not go to that level of detail. It was more, what did the families see as challenges as a whole, and it's for the whole school, to walk and be more non-vehicular oriented.
And to my first question, have we been in touch with the families who have come to city council and communicated with us about their experience?
We did have some families attend ETAC, and we've also been in touch with a few through the walk and roll program, but that has been the extent of our communication to date.
Okay, and then just one final question. Where's the data coming from that we think that all children will be accompanied by an adult on their way to school?
It's based on the fact that it's an elementary school and the age of the children. So we've
So
also...
we're assuming that.
Well, and we've also talked to the school district. We have 57 families or students that are north of Oxford that would be commuting potentially through this location.
Okay, thank you.
Member Wright?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to know what code, and this would be to the city attorney, that we could be breaking if we put a traffic light there opposed to the crosswalk or the signal. Also, do you know on Oxford what the speed limit difference is compared to Broadway where the walk is?
5 miles an hour. Broadway is 25 miles an hour posted. Oxford is 30 miles an hour posted.
Okay, right. And what is the width of the street difference?
I don't know the exact width. Broadway is a 4-lane section with parking and a median. Oxford is a 2-lane section with a 2-way left turn lane in the middle, plus parking. So if I'm thinking about that's 3, 4, 5, 4, 6. So it's about probably about 1.5 lanes to 2 lanes wider on Broadway.
For some reason, going down Broadway in that area, when I picture Oxford, Oxford seems so much wider. And it could be me. You have parking on the side there, it just could be that area.
Sure. And it's, if I may, it's probably because Broadway also has a median in the middle. Oxford in this location, it's just all pavement. This project does propose to install a median refuge in the middle.
Okay. And in Broadway, in the areas that we've been discussing, bless you, is heavy semi-traffic typically go down that street, or is it allowed on Broadway where it is on Oxford?
I would need to double check. I believe both are designated truck routes.
But I don't think Broadway has a lot of semis that go down it. Typically, where Oxford, we do, you have metal gold there, and then Santa Fe is, a connector route and stuff. And I think
Sure.
that's one of the big concerns. One of my concerns, and I'll use it as an example, is Member Russell, I don't know, a year ago or so, in my neighborhood, someone was complaining to her about traffic on Irving at Tufts. They wanted an additional stop sign north-south on Irving because there's a school just north of us in Sheridan. There was a traffic study done, And they said because at Tufts there it zigzags just a little bit, and because of that and the traffic, that putting stop signs there wouldn't work. Well, there's already a stop sign on Tufts side, but they didn't mention that. So my faith in these studies kind of went down because they didn't put all the information, and it made me wonder how much are they really looking into and studying things. I think that as many people as we have had come and speak to us, I think a lot of kids that if they're the older kids that started school when they were 6 and 5th and 6th grade, or 5th grade, I guess 6th grade's junior high now, would be trusted to walk by themselves. And I've driven down Oxford plenty of times. People aren't typically always going that 30 miles. I don't know if we could look at that area, just lowering the speed limit. But I have grave concerns. I don't want it to come back and something happens to a child, an adult or something, and someone's standing there saying, City Council, you could have done something and you didn't. I would not want to be that parent. And I don't know if there's other look-arounds that we could look at this, although there's all these studies and stuff, and you're a parent, and I know you understand and empathize with these people. So I don't know if there's extra things that we could do, Director Rochelle, that we could look at and say, you know what, there's this loophole here that X amount of kids live north of this busy road, so yes, we can put a light there opposed to a crosswalk. I think if we look hard enough, we may be able to find something.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. To add to earlier comments about including parents, those calculations of adding a parent plus a child increase the pedestrian volume, thereby increasing the warrant. So more justification, if you will. More people crossing increases the likelihood of enhanced crossing. So we were taking a very conservative approach of adding parents plus adding a vulnerability factor that's documented and accepted in the engineering world when we're looking at that. We had, and we collected data for 3 days, so this wasn't just one-off, plus coordination again with the schools. We had 6 pedestrians cross in the morning and on average over those days, and 10 in the afternoon. And that's without any treatment today. That's people just crossing the road right there at Fox.
And can you tell me what time of year that was?
It was just a month or 2 ago.
Okay.
So we were still in the warm season, and it was during school.
Okay, so do driving habits are, now that we have fallen back, where, it's gonna be dark by 4:30 or 5 o'clock, does that increase the chances of accidents and something happen go up, or we might be able to look at that again in people's driving habits where it might increase our chances of getting a more favorable result, possibly?
There's data to support that during the week after daylight savings changes, whether it's spring or fall, drivers are, less aware of their surroundings. However, that's short-lived, and then we're talking about school kids, and so they're generally out around 3 or 4 p.m. and back, so I would not anticipate additional data collection showing anything substantial, especially now that we're even in colder times. I would actually suspect that would drop. We have more people who would probably drive or have their parents drive them due to the colder temps.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak to the width of Oxford there. I do believe it's 100-foot right-of-way, which is the same as Broadway, right-of-way to right-of-way. And I think the curb to curb is actually the same too, though I'm not certain of that, but I did pace it off one time because I was curious as well. It's very, very wide at Oxford. Was there any plans to do bulb outs or a median here at this?
Yes, both. We do plan to narrow it, so it'll be 2 lanes of traffic with the bike lanes, and that's it. So we're gonna do bulb outs and then a median in the middle as well. So as you cross the road, you would go across a bike lane, 1 travel lane, and then you'd be at the median, and then you'd cross again a travel lane, bike lane, and then you'd be at the other bulb out and across.
And the flashing signal will be in the middle and on the sides?
That's correct.
Okay.
And you'd be able to activate from the middle as well.
Yeah, I would love to see a hawk signal here, but I don't want to, kill this grant application for the sake of, if we can get this project started and upgrade it down the line if this is not meeting our needs. But I think the urgency here, and I think this will be a significant upgrade for those citizens. But I'll certainly, I'll follow up with the ones I know and see if they feel satisfied about a flashing signal as well, especially I think with the narrowing and the median, this is going to be this sounds like a big upgrade to me.
Something I could add, if you don't mind, one of the things that we see with these types of signals and these kinds of installs, there's nothing there today, right? We have a number from the school that says, hey, there's roughly 52 families north of Oxford that could be spread out east and west of Fox. They're not all necessarily living on Fox. So there's also the anticipation of build it and they will come. So this could be viewed as a first step, and then we could collect data again once this is built during warmer months when numbers are higher and see what that looks like and then adjust, to your point.
Thank you.
Director Rochelle, 2 questions for me. One, the families also requested something being done on Quincy. Is that not going to happen at this point?
We are going to be doing, the project includes starting at Oxford and then all the way south. We're going to be adding crosswalks and then updating all the handicap ramps to be ADA compliant through the corridor, as well as adding sharrows on the roadway.
Okay. And second question, this might be a bigger question that doesn't deserve or doesn't require an answer tonight, but is the model traffic code the issue here? So I guess my question is the fact that we approved the model traffic code, it seems that that's limiting us in actually doing like a hawk signal or lights at that intersection. Am I right in that understanding?
I would say yes and no. From an engineering perspective, as a professional licensed engineer, we follow the model traffic code. You may recall when we did a traffic calming presentation, there's also a concern if you put in an unwarranted device, whether it's a hawk signal or traffic signal or a 4-way stop sign. If it's not warranted, what happens over time is that it is disregarded. The intent of a hawk signal, a traffic signal, or stop sign is to designate right-of-way when you have vehicular movements or pedestrian movements that are conflicting. I'll go back to a 4-way stop. If we put in an unwarranted 4-way stop, that is there to designate, okay, 2 people approach from different sides. It could be a pedestrian in a vehicle or a vehicle in a vehicle. If one of those is not there consistently, what happens over time is people start to disregard that 4-way stop. They start to run that 4-way stop, that traffic light, that hawk signal, and not pay attention to it. And then what happens, we have a pedestrian go to cross, they see a 4-way stop and say, it's a 4-way stop, I have the right of way. Well, the driver that's driven through it for the last year, never seen a pedestrian, we now have an issue and a higher likelihood of an accident.
All right, Director Rochelle, thank you very much for that. With no further questions, can I get a motion to approve 9C3?
I move to approve 9C3.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
I was swayed. Well, first of all, I appreciate the information from staff, and then the Mayor Pro Tem's comments helped me process this about and even the idea of like if we build it, maybe they will come and we can reevaluate. It's the first step. I think we all want to make sure these kids are as safe as possible. Hence all the questions tonight. And I'll be following up with some of the folks I know who were here as well. But I appreciate the work and I would love to see us get a grant. So I will be supporting this tonight and I hope we keep a close eye on it. My only ask is that this isn't one of those things that then we build and then we kind of don't check back up on, or it falls, into the abyss of all the other projects that we have to do. But that this is something that we actually keep tabs on because protecting these kids is really high priority. So I appreciate it and I'll be supporting tonight.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Thank you, Director Rochelle, for all the work on this. I will be approving this as well. I would prefer to see a hawk signal there, but I do believe that this will be better. And with the additional traffic calming that you spoke of, I'm happy with that. But it does bring up questions regarding just the model traffic code and just some of the other ideas that we've been throwing around that potentially aren't being considered just because of the warranted aspect of it. So, but anyway, I will be supporting this here today. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much, Director Rochelle, for that. All right, are we good to keep going or do we need a break? We're good? All right, moving on to, there's no public hearing items tonight. Moving on to 11A1, this is the food vendor licensing regulation. We have Ms. Ramsey again. Hello again, Ms. Ramsey.
Hello.
We're gonna go through a deck. There we go.
Yep. Okay. So, hi, I'm Liz Ramsey. I'm the management fellow here. I'm here to ask council to consider some request recommendations from staff and determine what changes, if any, you want to make to our existing food vendor licensing regulations. So just as a bit of a recap and a background, since the last time we talked about this, it was identified as an issue, added into the strategic plan, and added as a key project to amend both the event and food truck permitting processes. There was a previous working group, and then there was a new one in 2024, and now we're here. So we came to you in a study session in August to kind of give you our initial recommendations and get feedback on that. And now we brought back an ordinance with some of your feedback incorporated to ask you to consider those code changes. And along the same lines, we're also working on the administrative workflow of it to make sure that if code changes happen, we're ready to implement on the administrative side. So some of the feedback we got at the August 19th study session, Member Wright requested that we research the certificate of insurance requirements, and Mayor Pro Tem Anderson inquired about our ability to accept Denver food licenses. There was some tentative support for the reduction or removal of the licensing fee for these food vendors. There was a request for more engagement with community members. On this, we did send out a survey to all the currently licensed food vendors that went through the Title V process. We did not get a huge turnout of feedback, so wasn't comfortable with making that data used for like generalizations, but it did reinforce some of the issues that we knew were happening. And there was also a request to clarify the language to be a little bit more precise. So there are 5 recommendations I'm going to walk through for the code changes that staff has come up with, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions and let you all discuss. Recommendation 1 is to amend the code so that a food vendor license is required for any food vendor conducting business in the city. So currently it's only required if it's on a street, sidewalk, alley, or any other public place, including parks. But this means that they can operate on private property without having to provide evidence of a health inspection, a fire inspection, or some other requirements that are kind of crucial to maintaining public health and safety. And so the rationale behind this is that by requiring a license for operating anywhere in the city, regardless of the location, we can ensure that kind of uniform compliance. And it also just makes it easier for food vendors to know if they need one or not. If they're gonna be in the city, they would need one. The second one is to amend code to accept a fire inspection from any participating member of the Fire Marshal Association of Colorado, also known as FMAC. Currently, we require an inspection from either Denver or Englewood. This is a source of frustration, causes food vendors to have to go get another inspection if they already had one done somewhere else. And the rationale behind this is that all members of the Fire Marshal Association of Colorado, which Englewood is a part of, they all have the same standards for the food vendor inspections. And in September, there were more than 50 communities that participate. So it really opens the door for mobile food vendors who have already had it done somewhere else with the same standards. The third recommendation is to amend code to accept a current health inspection from any state-regulated health department. So currently we require it from Arapahoe County, and they cost anywhere from $270 to $385 for that inspection, along with some additional fees for plan reviews. So it really does depend on the food vendor itself for how much that's going to cost, but it is expensive. The rationale for accepting this from any state-regulated health department is that it would improve the flexibility for these small businesses, reduce costs, and the administrative requirements. Also, all state-regulated public health authorities perform the same inspection with the same materials. And so they issue a uniform retail food license. Even though it's uniform, each county does issue it themselves. So technically it's like a Jefferson County license or an Arapahoe County, but they're all the same standards. And a little bit more on that, by expanding, we actually align with what Arapahoe County requires. Arapahoe County accepts retail food licenses from any other county that is state regulated, which is every county except for Denver. So by doing this, it creates less confusion, less duplication for businesses. And then again, there's no examples of Colorado municipalities that accept inspections from city or county of Denver. And that's because Denver and their home rule authority with their public health agency, they have different standards than the rest of the state regulated health authorities. And for the fourth recommendation, is to reduce the amount of certificate of insurance to $500,000 from $1 million that it currently stands. Previously, we had recommended $250,000 for the threshold. Member Wright requested that we do some digging on that, and the lowest that we found that was required was the city of Dacono, and they required the $500,000, and so we kind of used that as a benchmark, thinking that, you know, if we picked the lowest that we could find, it would be the most inclusive for businesses to come in. Again, lowers the financial burden while still maintaining an appropriate level of protection. And then finally, since there was some tentative support for waiving the cost of the license, we also included that in this ordinance. The cost of a license is currently $125. It's been noted as a challenge by all the mobile food vendors in their interactions with staff. This reduces, again, financial burden on small businesses. And just in the financial aspect, in 2024, the revenue from the licensing that we did was about $2,500. And so that would be a loss in revenue in future years. But it is kind of a trade-off of, you know, still gathering all their documents to make sure we maintain public health and safety, but issuing the license for free so that it reduces that burden. And I'm happy to take any questions or let you discuss.
Liz, thank you very much for that presentation. Any questions for members of council? Member Prank.
Thank you for the presentation and the updates. I just have a quick question on the location piece of it. So instead of listing out specific locations that are allowed, we just have a uniform rule now. How do we know where the food vendors are going to be? Is that a piece of the application and that's how we track things?
Yeah, so currently they have to have the permission from the property owner. And so they submit that with the application so that designates where they're going to be. And then also a site map as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Just trying to give everyone else a chance. Thank you. You're very thorough and I appreciate this. If they have a current inspection with FMAC, I think you called it, how often do they have to have an inspection?
I believe that it's annual.
Okay. And are we looking at wanting to charge a fee to file their inspection with us, or they just need to have it in their food truck or?
Yeah, so that's part of the waiving of the larger fee. So right now it's $125 for them to submit all their documentation for us to issue a license. What we're kind of proposing here is they still submit all their documentation, now having a lot more flexibility, but we won't charge them for that. I think one of the only cases where we would still have to charge them is if they did not have a city sales and use tax license. I think that's, I'm not sure about the amount, but I know that it's pretty minimal and it's for 2 years, so.
Okay. And then also with the health inspection, is that annually also?
I'm not sure, but I do know that it's uniform for every county that does it. So we wouldn't be requiring any extra inspections.
Okay. And then I want to touch upon the insurance. Other than Dacono, which is, their population is less than 6,500. What were the other amounts that other cities that you looked at that you were finding?
So kind of shockingly, some didn't list a requirement for a certificate of insurance. I would say the most common was 800,000, $1 million. But with the 500,000, then we would be able to accept them without requiring more financial expense on their part. But
okay. So anywhere from 800 to $1 million. And that's liability. So if their truck exploded and someone got hurt, or if, I don't know, they spread E. coli covering people, that type of thing. So, okay, all right, thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. My question is about the insurance as well. I mean, because I know that the city requires anybody else that works in the city to have at least $1 million on liability insurance. Are we protecting the city, the safety of the city, by, and the citizens in the city mostly, by only making them carry 500,000?
That's a great question. I would defer to you all to set an appropriate amount. I would say though that the amount of $1 million, when we did send out the survey and the feedback we have gotten is that carrying that amount is a barrier to people, especially if they're just coming to Englewood for like 1 to 2 events. It can be expensive for them to obtain that. So that's just the feedback I have from them.
Well, except for if they're practicing elsewhere, I mean, or serving elsewhere, are they having to have, they wouldn't need another $1 million. The same $1 million would protect them whatever city they're in.
Right.
That's correct.
So I'm not certain it's wise to lower that. Has anybody done a check on what's the difference between them carrying 500,000 and $1 million?
For their out-of-pocket costs, no. We were just looking for ways to reduce that financial burden.
And Mayor, if I could add to that, this was part of the feedback that we got from food trucks when we did outreach, is that this was more than necessary, particularly when we look at the, the liability, the risk that they pose on a per event occasion. This was what staff landed on that would be adequate and still be responsive to both council direction to make this easier and to responsive to the food vendors to make this more affordable as well.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you. Back to this insurance. Did you look to see, like our neighboring cities, to see how much they require?
In the Denver Metro, it was most frequently $1 million.
It was. Mm-hmm. So if they were in the Denver metro area, which they would most likely be, they would be carrying $1 million.
Most likely.
Okay. And most businesses I know that go from city to city carry $1 million. And it's, personally, I think it's their own protection. They carry those high limits. So, okay.
And Mayor, we
you.
are perfectly fine putting it back to $1 million. We're again trying to respond to council and food vendors on that.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. All right, any further questions from members of council? If not, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Member Wright.
I would like to put a motion that we do put it back to $1 million.
Okay, motion to amend.
Thank you.
That works. So motion to amend.
Point of order, wouldn't we typically do that after the main motion?
Yeah, I was trying to think we do it, well, we could do it either way, but yeah, if we want to do it. Let me
I was
make the
saving
original.
my amendments for after the main motion.
Let me
but
make the
I'm-
main motion, and then I was going to push it to any amendments there. So, motion, I'm making a motion for 11A1. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. And then Member Wright, go ahead with your motion to amend.
I would like to put in a motion to amend for the vendors need to carry an insurance for $1 million opposed to the $500,000, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Member Wright. So that's to raise insurance back to $1 million.
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any comments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to be a no on this amendment. I think 500,000 should be sufficient for the risks that a food vendor poses, and if they want to go up to $1 million, they're certainly welcome to do that. They'll obviously be liable for any damages regardless of what level of insurance they have, but I think 500,000 is sufficient.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Wright?
as trustees for the city and the people in it, as we've seen over the past few weeks, it was onions that made, I don't know how many people sick. I believe someone died at a local fast food restaurant. It just takes one item to make a lot of people sick. If a food truck, carried an item and ended up getting multiple people sick and they were underinsured, I'm not just thinking of the vendor, I'm thinking of those people that would try and recoup their hospital cost and other things. And I think it's just smart for the city to be hoping that that would never happen, but being smart about it. And I just think we need to look out for the people that vendor may be serving, and just like some of these that we're putting in place with inspections and stuff, the insurance is an important portion of that.
Thank you, Member Wright. All right, and with that, can we please vote on the motion to amend to raise the insurance back to $1 million?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Nay.
Member Nanenkamp.
Nay.
Member Prang.
Nay.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Nay.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Zira.
Aye.
Let the record show, sorry about that. 3
3 and
ayes
4.
and 4 nays.
All right, perfect, thank you very much. All right, anything else? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to amend to accept current Denver health inspections or current health inspections issued by the city and county of Denver.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City and County of Denver. All right, can I get a second?
Second?
All right. Any comments from members of council? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just speak to this briefly. I appreciate staff kind of taking this in consideration and doing some research on it. I do think that this could be a kind of a game changer for getting more food vendors to Englewood, especially if there's a bar or something that wants to bring a food vendor in for a special event and they have a specific vendor. If that vendor doesn't have a license, are they going to jump through the hoops when they could maybe go work the same place or work someplace in Denver? I think this gives us a big increase of potential food vendors to access, and I would be I don't think I have any concerns about Denver's health inspection regulation process. I understand it's different than the state regulated agencies, but I highly doubt that it's worrisome or something like that. So I'm happy to accept those in order to get access to some more food vendors. That's why I brought forth this amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell.
So did you check into that and you have data to support that?
No, I'm kind of going on my gut here.
Okay, thank you.
Member Wright, go ahead.
So if I understand correctly, Denver has their own standards that do not follow the state's, correct?
That is correct, and they
Okay.
don't align with the Arapahoe County regulation either.
That's all I need. Thank you.
Nothing, Member Prang. So I'll weigh in. I'm actually going to go ahead and support this one as well. My goal here is to try to get more food vendors in here. The insurance one, for the same reason, I figured that they were having $1 million for Arvada or any other city that they happen to do here. Most of the food vendors food trucks are in Denver. So for me, I'm not sure why this would be a limit that we would take. So I would be in support of this as well. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Prang.
Thank you. So to clarify, there are no other municipalities that accept Denver's.
That is
different
correct. And if I understand correctly, Arapahoe County could then require them to get an Arapahoe County license if we don't require, like if we accept a Denver license, Arapahoe County can still come in and require them to get an Arapahoe license. So then we're back to the same duplication, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a supporter of wanting to increase food trucks in the area as well, but there has to be a reason that most municipalities in the state are not accepting Denver's, and I'd rather err on the side of caution on this piece of it.
Member Noonan-Camp.
I just had a question, Ms. Ramsey, about what you just said. You said that Arapahoe County could require them. Is it that they will require, or is it not clear?
So they will require them to have an Arapahoe County license to operate in Arapahoe County. The question I asked them is, if it was from any other county in the state, would you allow them to operate without an Arapahoe County license? They said yes. For city and county in Denver, that's a no. So if we, as a city, allow them to come in with city and county and Denver license, we're directly conflicting with Arapahoe County, and it's completely possible Arapahoe County will still step in and require them to do that.
And do you have any additional information about why they are not accepting Denver?
It's because that they don't align with the state regulation and they have that home rule authority. And there's not a physical inspection of the food trucks, from my understanding, in Denver. Whereas Arapahoe County and every other county, it's a pretty invasive, not invasive, in-depth inspection that they do.
Thank you.
Mayor Protem, go ahead.
I get the conflict with Arapahoe County. I think the issue I would say is this is one worth elevating, because I think all the cities around the metro area are losing access to potential food vendors because we don't accept Denver. So I think this is one worth passing on our own. And if Arapahoe County steps in and says no, you can't operate in Arapahoe County, then at least we have a basis for the conversation. We had an opportunity here to accept Denver licenses and potentially have a conversation with them about changing their regulations. But I don't think it should be on our books that we don't accept them.
Thank you, Mayor Protem. Actually, I'm going to weigh in. I will be changing my vote. So the point here is to make it easier. And if we're going to say we would accept Denver's, but then Arapahoe County is still going to require it, then why complicate the issue? I do think that we need to have a conversation with Arapahoe County to figure out why. I guess you kind of stated the reasons why, but I don't want them to jump through hoops where they think, oh, we're just going to accept Denver's, and then they realize they have to go through Arapahoe County. So thanks for the clarification on that, Liz. I'm going to go ahead and change my vote on that. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Nay.
Member Prang.
Nay.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Nay.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 1 aye and 6 nays.
All right, thank you. Any other amendments? Oh, go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
Not an amendment, just a comment before we vote.
Yes,
That's
go
okay.
ahead.
I just want to say thank you so much. I think this was incredibly well put together. It accomplishes the goal of what we are trying to do here, and the improvement that I've seen over the different drafts that we've seen is really wonderful. And this was just an incredibly thoughtful presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, we're back to the original motion. Go ahead, Member Russell.
I greatly appreciate all the work that you did on this as well. I will not be supporting this because I do believe that by not requiring $1 million worth of insurance, and I had a business and I had to carry $1 million back then, and it's not that much more than the $500,000. And with the fact that they're dealing with food, it's even more concerning. So I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? All right, and with that, the original motion on the table is still there. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Ms. Ramsey, thank you so much. All right, we're still good to move forward? Yes. All right, moving on to 11A2. This is home occupations and natural medicines. We have Planning Manager Brian Isom and Planning 2, Will Charles. Who's kicking us off? Brian? Will? Brian.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Isom, Planning Manager, and Will Charles, Planner 2. We don't have any additional information to present to you all that's changed from the public hearing. So we're just here to answer questions and then listen to any proposed amendments if you have them.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Brian. Any questions from members of council? Who wants to kick us off? Anyone? Anything? Will everybody put their thoughts together? Member Prang, go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like a little more information on the other substances outside of mushrooms that may eventually be included in the allowances at the state level. I went down a rabbit hole looking at the CRS and realized that there are like 3 other substances that potentially in 2026 may come into play, and I just feel like we have a responsibility to be transparent to the public and say that there's a possibility that there may be some additional substances on the list.
Sure. That is a great question. I might defer to Tamara on what the other substances may or may not be, but I'll look them up as well.
My response was going to be, I'm working on a study session presentation that will include that, but I haven't completed those slides yet. But we will address that specifically in the study session when I bring it back for business licensing.
And is that the discussion where we'll also talk about time, place, and manner in the areas where we can? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
I definitely have some more input on that piece, but thank you for clarifying that. We'll talk about that further.
So just a question that I have, are we voting, we're voting on both the food and the, the natural medicines all in one? All of that, so there's no separate, well, obviously since it's one ordinance here, so that's my understanding, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Anyone else, any further questions? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Thank you so much. You guys had a big ask on what you had to do. So my question, I guess it would be to council, when we vote, it is the distance requirements. Are we looking at the 1,000-foot buffer, the 1,500-foot buffer, and are those buffers going to include with the marijuana stores? There's 4 different choices. Which one are we going to choose? Can you pull up those maps for us, please?
I can. I will say that the distance requirements are not part of the amendment today. We provided that information just as kind of a precursor to Tamara's discussion, because I know that was a question that came out of her previous study session. So we just wanted to provide that additional information, but they are not part of the amendment today.
Okay.
What they show is in those different scenarios where the separate uses could occur.
And when will those choices be made?
Those will be part of the, I know when the study session is scheduled, I believe, but I don't know if there's any proposed date for when the ordinance amendment for.
Because don't we have to have all these decisions made by the end of the year, because licenses are going to be issued December 31st?
Yes. So our original schedule was to bring it back to study session on next Monday. However, I think we're going to have to push it back due to a surgery in my family. So I think it'll be coming the end of November instead. I just asked the clerk's office if that's possible. Then that would mean first reading, the first meeting in December, second reading, second meeting in December. And one thing I'll present on is that some cities are choosing to do nothing and just relying on the state regulations that have a 1,000-foot barrier and not instituting any timeframes. But so that will be the time, place, and manner restrictions that we will address. The state does anticipate it will start issuing licenses as of January 1. At this time, we don't know of any applications or any interest expressed in applications in Englewood yet. So for that reason, we think we have a little bit of time that we can push back first reading to December 1 to accommodate that medical issue for me.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions? Member Noonkemp.
One question came to my mind after we had our public hearing on this. When it comes to vehicles and customers at a certain time, how are things like estate sales or garage sales regulated in the code separately from home occupation?
So they have their entirely own section apart from home occupations. They're generally regulated through code enforcement. So I don't have a whole lot of knowledge on how they operate. I can look that up for you if you'd like.
Just because hypothetically, someone could have, a garage sale every single weekend for, 6 months in a row, but it wouldn't be considered a home occupation. It would be considered a garage sale.
I don't think they can have that many, but give me just a second.
Okay, it's okay. If it's not relevant to tonight, I can make it a council request, but I just was curious how the selling of goods would fall into a different category.
So I'll go through this is on one of the code enforcement web pages. Only a person having control of the property may conduct a garage sale. Only 2 garage sales are allowed at the same location in any calendar year, and a sale can only last 3 consecutive days. So essentially, they could have 6 days within a calendar year, two chances, each one 3 days.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A2?
I move to approve 11A2.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have at least a couple of amendments I would like to propose here. The first one is 1644C9 on the prohibitions. Point E, the current language is food and beverage services except cottage foods as described in Article 4 of Title 25 CRS. I'd like to amend that. This I'll explain it after. If I get a second, I'll explain it after when we open up for discussion. Amend it to say food or beverage service for on-site consumption, cottage foods as described in Article 4 of Title 25 CRS are permitted.
I'm sorry, that was 16. That was 16.4.
1644C9E.
C9E. All right. All right, could I get a second on that?
I'll second.
Would you repeat what it was,
Yep.
please?
It's amended to say food or beverage service for on-site consumption, cottage foods as described in Article 4 of Title 25 CRS are permitted. So the reason for this change is twofold. Number one, I think there's some lack of clarity in the current way it's worded, and that food or beverage services has always been read as like a restaurant or bar where it's kind of an on-site consumption type of thing. And so we've always allowed for cottage foods anyway, but if we're reading food and beverage services and then saying except cottage foods when that's kind of a separate category, then I think it's kind of mixing categories. So we're clarifying that, you can't start a restaurant or bar in your house, but cottage foods are allowed. The other thing is this doesn't prohibit, since this limits it only to cottage foods, the current language limits it to only cottage foods. This clarifies that cottage foods are allowed, but also this would leave it open to if somebody wanted to jump through some regulation hoops and put in a triple sink so they could sell their cookies wholesale instead of just selling them under the cottage foods laws. If they pass the health department inspections, they would be allowed to do that under my suggested wording here. So it opens up that possibility. I don't see that being a common practice, but I don't see a reason to limit for somebody from doing that if they want to make the expense investment in their property and also get the county inspection that they would need to for that.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you state the wording again?
Yep. Food or beverage service for on-site consumption, cottage foods as described in Article 4 of Title 25 CRS are permitted.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. Any further comments regarding the motion to amend? Actually, can I ask you a second question just because my vote may depend on what your second amendment's going to be? Can you talk about what your second amendment will be?
That's the second amendment. Well, actually, I have two more. One's about the knives and the other one's about the manufacture of.
Okay, so it doesn't have to do anything with cottage foods?
No.
Okay. All right.
Mayor?
Yes,
Can I
Member
ask a
Noonan-Camp.
question before we vote? I just wanted to ask staff, this language for on-site consumption on the premises, is that consistent with how we describe this elsewhere in code? Or when we get to wordsmithing, I always want to hear your perspective to make sure
Yeah.
we're being consistent. Or is this clear with how the code is written in your eyes?
In other areas of our land use table for food and beverage services, the only difference is we refer to some as takeout and delivery rather than for on-site or off-site consumption. What this might do is require, a property owner to acquire building permits to start to convert their kitchen into more of a commercial facility, which that's up to you all to decide whether that's the direction you want to go or not. But for the most part, our code doesn't really dictate whether it's on or off-site, except for the small niche of a restaurant takeout or delivery.
Okay.
If there's better language to capture what I'm saying, I'm certainly open to it, which would be, if we want to say restaurants and bars for on-site consumption or takeout and delivery are not permitted, or, if that's better wording, I'm happy to go with that. The idea is what I'm after here is we don't want people, opening a restaurant or bar in their house, but if they're doing, baked goods or any food product that's going to be packaged and sold, then I would like to at least propose, if council wants to go along with it, to allow those to be sold under cottage foods, or if they want to get the proper building permits and the county health inspections, if they want to go big, then they have that option as well. And by go big, I mean, over $10,000, like, a house is not going to support a massive manufacturing operation.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Member Russell.
So I'm probably okay with the part of it that you want to package and sell it. If it's a home occupation, I'm not so sure that I want that in our residential districts. I don't want them to get a building permit and build a big commercial kitchen in a residential area. Either it needs to stay small, or they need to move to a district where that would be allowed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's, that's I guess I would say personally, I don't want somebody converting their whole house into a manufacturing operation. I think where this would hit, it would be the cottage foods business that is doing a brisk business and is about to break through that $10,000 barrier. For a small operation, you may only have to put in like a triple sink and a vent hood. You're not talking about to go now. Okay, now I can go to 20. I can sell $20,000 of this product. And I do think there's a natural place where the market hits to where people are going to say, I need a commercial facility for this. And I'm just kind of, I guess my take on that would be they're going to figure that out. If they're doing $1 million in revenue, they're not going to want to, I don't think anybody's going to want to operate that out of their house. So I think there's kind of a natural point where it hits and you go, okay, I need a commercial space. But I think there is a kind of an in-between, and I say this because I do cottage food selling coffee, and reaching that level, reaching $10,000 is not all that hard, and you still don't need a commercial space to go to $20,000 or $30,000. That's kind of where I would see this being helpful.
All right. Any further questions on the motion to amend 1644C9? What was it, E?
Correct.
And if anybody needs the wording again, let me know. All right. If not, can we please vote?
Can we get the
sorry,
wording
yeah, go
one more
ahead.
time just to make sure that we're on the same page?
Food or beverage service for on-site consumption, cottage foods as described in Article 4 of Title 25 CRS are permitted.
So are you intentionally removing the word except cottage foods?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Any further comment on that, Brian, or good? Okay. All right. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nanenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right. Any further amendments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So this one would be an amendment to 1644C9D, speaking to Mr. Strawbridge's concerns about the sale of knives. I would amend it to sale and storage or assembly of guns and ammunition.
Say that one more time.
Sale, storage, or assembly of guns and ammunition.
Okay. I gotta find it real quick, so. Does anybody have any questions while I'm looking this one up? Go ahead, Member Noonan-Kemp.
Well, I think we need a second.
Yeah.
I'll second and then I can ask my question.
Oh, yeah. Who is second? Are you second?
I'll second it.
Okay, there you
and
go.
so that I
Thank
can
you.
ask my question.
All right. Thank you, Member Noonan-Kemp. Go ahead.
I understand what you're trying to do with knives. You're also removing other weapons from the current draft.
Yeah, and that's not because, I want people to make hand grenades or something. It's just because I didn't know how other weapons wouldn't also exclude knives.
Certainly,
So I'm open to a friendly amendment if there's a way of capturing that.
I understand what you're trying to do. My question, I think, then is to staff. What do we put under other weapons in the code if it's not guns or knives or ammunition?
Honestly, anything out there that we haven't heard of yet. A way to maybe make this amendment would be to still include or say sale, storage, or assembly of guns or other weapons excluding knives. Because that's kind of how we do it in other parts where we're trying to pull out this one little niche out of something is we exclude it from the prohibited use. So that may be another way to keep all of that information in there, but exclude the knife category.
That's helpful.
I'm open. I'll amend my amendment. I don't think I need a second, just a friendly change to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, to say as Planning Manager Isom said.
Great, thank you.
Keep the same language as said excluding knives.
Great.
All right. And we have a second. Any further comments or questions? Go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you. I am not in support of this. I just feel that guns have a lot more rules and public education around safety and keeping people within the home safe. I have a little concern around, the ability to manufacture and store a bunch of knives on a property without any kind of regulations around locking it up or any of that. Maybe that's a little too cautious, but I still consider knives for the purposes of this as a weapon, and I don't think that it should be removed without some kind of safety measures for not only the persons living in the home themselves, but for the people in the neighborhood. If a business becomes known that, people are manufacturing knives and someone wants to break into a home and steal all of those knives and do ill with them, like how are we protecting that neighborhood or our city by removing this? I just don't think the benefit outweighs the risks on this particular piece.
Member Wright?
Thank you. And that was my question. Excluding knives, does it include manufacturing them? I believe Member Ward has talked about somebody in the past that had did something with knives in their garage or something like that.
That was maybe me. I know somebody. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. So would it include that, or is it just like this young man was saying, where he's made a business out of buying knives that have been confiscated from TSA and other things? So I'm not sure what the full scope or intent of this is, and I guess I need more information, or it needs to be drilled down. Do we have a blade maximum, something like that. So I'm interested in the expansion, I guess, is what we need to discuss.
Thank you, Member Wright.
I'm happy to respond.
Yeah,
if
go
that's
ahead.
Helpful.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think this would, this would include allowing for the manufacturer. And I think this speaks to both some of Member Prang's concerns as well. Kind of my perspective on that is I already know somebody who does manufacture knives and collects knives in Englewood. It's a hobby. He doesn't sell them. And that's legal. And he has a lot of, my point is it's already happening. This would just be making, in terms of, that's completely legal, I believe, to own a bunch of knives and collect them on your property. So that's why I think, making knife manufacture, making knives out of metal, I think is a valid something you can do in your home. I've seen it done in Englewood. And I think that should be, making knives and selling knives should both be legal, and this would allow for that. And I don't particularly see a case for a length length limit, unless, if that's what it takes to get it across the line, then so be it.
Member Russell.
So my question is, pocket knives aren't necessarily considered weapons. Is that correct? I mean, they don't want them on an airplane.
Then I think that might be more of a question for our city attorney then, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Pocket knives aren't necessarily a weapon. Right?
I think it depends on exactly what it is. It certainly can be. There are criminal codes that prohibit possession of certain knives. So I think it would depend on what exactly it is. If it's a little something in a Swiss Army knife, it's probably fine. But if it's a
switchblade, but those are
Yes.
illegal anyway, aren't they?
Yes, they are. We have a code prohibiting it.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm at state level, right? Or
I believe it's criminal possession of weapons within our own municipal code, but I will confirm right now.
okay.
Any further thoughts on that, Member Russell, or just waiting for the answer?
No, well, I'm kind of waiting for the answer. I mean, if Silas is selling mostly pocket knives, this leaving it the way it is may not impact him at all.
Right. But my understanding from Silas's comment was that it was more than just pocket knives. If I understood correctly, Mayor Pro Tem, you may know more, but.
It just said the current draft is sale, storage, or assembly of guns, knives, or other, it doesn't specify knives used for weapons. So that would be a very difficult thing to distinguish, I think. And that's why I think this does, as he said, applies to your pampered chef knives and that kind of thing as well. We're also prohibiting that under this code. So I think the easiest thing is just to allow for knives, and that lets people do knife stuff.
We do have a prohibition in EMC 7-6C-1 prohibiting concealed weapons. No person shall knowingly carry on the person any concealed knife or firearm, with some exceptions. And our definition in 7-6C-0 does define switchblade knife as any knife, the blade of which opens automatically by hand pressure, spring, button, or other device in its handle.
Anything else, City Attorney?
I'm still reading through our offenses related to weapons, but I think that probably sufficiently answers the question, unless you have other questions, Councilmember Russell.
No, thank you.
All right. Member Prang?
Thank you. I understand the passion that we've had from our public speakers, but I'm not interested in doing what's easy around this, or using the fact that some people are already doing this as a rationale to make our decisions on this. I think safety of our community is of concern for me around this particular issue. And changing this in our code is related to sales of. We're not addressing whether people are having hobbies, et cetera. We're addressing manufacture of and sales of and creating a business thereof. And I just think that, again, the risks outweigh the benefits. I will be voting no on this amendment, and I would hesitate to vote yes as a whole package were knives to be included in this.
Thank you, Member Prang. I too will be voting no for kind of similar reasons. To me, it's just like if we're not able to differentiate what type of knife, and I really don't want to go down that rabbit hole tonight, but I think for me, just it's one or the other. I will be voting no for allowing the sale of knives. So that's kind of how I stand. Member Wright?
My only question is if I went to Army Surplus, if I went to Dave's Sporting or any of the other places and bought a knife of any size, would anybody know if I bought it? Or if I had Silas mail me one, would anybody know? Is the question. It's a no. And I guess that's something that we need to think. So are we prohibiting someone that could have a potential business at home? Or are we pushing business to a big box store? And I think that's what we need to think about also. I'm not a fan of knives. But I also have to think that this young man has probably been doing this for a while. Just like, people walk into stores every day and buy knives of all sizes. You could go into a mall and buy a machete or a samurai sword. So I think that's something that we need to think of. Their knives are not regulated. There are different laws about stuff, but I also think that we need to think about that also. Are we, in the end, by whatever decision we decide to make, prohibiting somebody from making some kind of a living, or are we protecting the public where someone could walk down the street and buy a knife if they want to? So I don't know.
All right. Anything further? All right. And with that, can we vote on the amendment to it's 1644C9D? All right. Go ahead, City Clerk.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Niedenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Nay.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
All right. Thank you. And go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. I think you got one more.
I think I'm on a good running streak here. I think I'll stop now if anybody else has any amendments. I'm feeling pretty good.
All right. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I would like to propose an amendment in the same section. This would be C9. Yeah, 16-4-4 C9J. Manufacture of wine, distilled spirits, or malt beverages. I would strike the entirety of that section, noting that those industries are highly regulated on a federal basis. And in my opinion, there is not adequate justification to include that prohibition in our code.
Thank you, Member Ward. Can you clarify a little bit more about the state regulation and the impacts that us leaving it in would have?
In order to be legally manufacturing wine, distilled spirits, or malt beverages for sale, one must obtain both state and federal licenses for that activity. Therefore, I don't know that there aren't already significant hurdles for the home manufacture of those items. But even if there isn't, I don't believe that someone who is capable of passing both state and federal restrictions should be restricted on a local level from engaging in those industries on a scale that you would find in a home, which would be a very, very small scale.
Okay. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just gonna second that motion.
Ah, damn it. Sorry. We're getting there already. All right. Thank you, Member Ward, Mayor Pro Tem. All right.
And
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll just share, I did, I used to be a beer brewer, and you can brew and distill, I believe, and manufacture wine as a home brewer, not distill. You can't distill unless you, yeah. I haven't done that, by the way. But you can. I don't know whether it's 50 barrels a year. There's some limit on the amount that you can as a home brewer. So that's already going on. And I did have one citizen who contacted me a couple of years ago, and he had already jumped through the hoops to have a very small winemaking operation at the state and the federal level, but couldn't get past the city codes. And I kind of felt like if you're willing to go to all that work, you should be allowed to. He was going to have a very small wine operation in his home, and I would like to make that legal as well.
So I guess one last question, I guess I'll ask it to you, Member Ward. So if a home brewer passed whatever thresholds the state had, are they still able to do something within the home? Are they able to brew enough within the home and still pass the state, whatever the state rules are for beer making? I'm thinking more beer in this case, so.
You have to say I'm not familiar enough with the nuts and bolts to personally attest to that. If my recollection is correct, the limit on an annual basis for home brewing and home winemaking is 200 gallons each, which typical home brew is in a 5-gallon batch. So you're doing quite a few batches at that point, 40 batches, close to one a week, which is a lot, especially for bottling and kegging. And I think that's probably as close as I could come to answering your question. This would be about sale, and I'll even posit one particular scenario. When you're first learning how to homebrew, it's common for people to join groups or to work with one another, but some people just don't have adequate space in their house. So one thing that somebody could potentially do would be set up like a garage school or something where they're teaching homebrewing. But then they would be brewing for profit, and that would require state licensing, because as soon as they pitch the yeast, they're actually engaged in the federally regulated process. If you do everything except pitch the yeast and then you hand somebody the completed batch of work, perfectly legal, no license required. So homebrew shops, a lot of them, they don't offer brew on premise because it requires a federal license. They have to get licensed by the ATF to produce beer at that location.
All right. Thank you, Member Ward. Excuse me, Regan and Elizabeth, we're able to hear you up here in the front. Are you able to keep your voices down while we conduct business? Thank you. All right, thank you for that, Member Ward. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So this isn't really new on here. I think if we want to change this, I would like to see more information on this, because I don't know. I think that we need more answers. Because if not that many people are doing it, then we haven't had anybody come here and ask us to change it. So I would like to wait on that.
Thank you, Member Russell. I too will be voting no on this. I think, to me, it does sound like it could become a commercial enterprise, and that's not what I'm looking for in this. So without getting the specific answers to that, I will vote no on it for tonight. Go ahead, Member Wright.
I agree. I would like more information, what type of insurance would we require? What type of liabilities? Can someone get sick off this type of stuff? Wines, beers. I would need more information before I would be willing to approve this type of a vote.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? And with that, can we please vote on amendment of 1644C9J?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Nay.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Nay?
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 3 ayes and 4 nays.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any further amendments? If not, can we please vote on the motion with the two amendments of 1644C9, was it E? And 1644C9D as amended, so, all right.
All
Can we
right.
please vote? Go
Mayor
ahead.
Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Nay.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you very much, Brian and Will, on that. All right, everyone, let's take a quick break, 5 minutes. It is 9:30 or 9:27. We'll be back at 9:35 to complete the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, members of council, we are now back. We're moving on to 11B1. This is the creation of a hookah business license. City Attorney Tamara Niles. I was gonna say, you don't have to come up here.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading on this ordinance, so it was not on the consent agenda.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So and maybe I asked this question before, but I'll ask it again. Where in the ordinance does it delineate the safety regulations to be implemented? And if it doesn't, why?
Sorry, my computer screen just went blank on that ordinance. I will pull it up from my file.
City Attorney Niles, is it not within 533(1)B, conditions and restrictions of license?
Yes, sorry, I was looking at the online agenda and that's what went blank, so I had to pull it up from my files. Yes, so there is not a lot of safety regulations. It's more regarding time, place, and manner. For example, putting hours of operation on a hookah retailer. The one real safety regulation was one that was recommended by Councilmember Wright to limit the spread of communicable disease, requiring a sterile mouthpiece for each person. And I did present during first reading that I ran an Amazon search to see how expensive that would be on a retailer, and they sell packs of 1,000 sterile mouthpieces, so each person could get their own for a very low price. I think it was less than $10.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was Councilmember Prang. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? It was you? So, well, I mean, we make ordinances for safety reasons, the health and safety of the city. So does somebody on the council want to tell me why this is going to keep the city safer?
I can try, because I would argue that B1 is also part of the safety and part of the reason why the main reason why I'm in support of this. So putting hours in effect as part of this is something that I want to see. The one I brought up in the last time that we discussed it during the first reading that Denver was encountering issues. I wasn't aware of other cities, but I knew of the Denver issue just because they're on the other side of Evans from us. But they put these restrictions in place because of issues that they were experiencing on Broadway just north of Evans. And I did not want to see that same type of incident occur within the city of Englewood. So I feel that if we limit the hours, that would be one of the ways that we could potentially not have that happen within our city. Go ahead, Member Russell, if you had anything to add there.
I was just going to say thank you.
All right.
I guess I just
Go ahead,
wanted to have a response to what.
Do you want to say thank you too, or no?
No, well, maybe, I don't know. I think it keeps the city safer because also, I mean, just hookah consumption in the amount of nicotine and all of that you consume is significant compared to cigarettes even. And I don't know, just we need to allow the business to exist here. And so just having some safety net measures around how, when, and where, and why we're doing such things. And I think that the mouthpiece, the sterile mouthpiece that Member Wright so wisely brought up, just provide some protections there too from the communicable disease perspective.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, we didn't put in here that it is illegal to sell it to minors, correct? Can we put that in here?
It is already illegal under state law to sell tobacco to minors.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further questions? All right. If not, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
I move to approve 11B1.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Go
Yes.
ahead, Member Wright.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to make a change, please.
Okay.
In here, under definitions, it says, hookah tobacco retailer means a person or entity engaged in the retail sale of hookah, hookah smoking accessories, or tobacco intended. It goes on. So it's, in this, it's not just hookah bars. It would include, let's say, vape stores that sell the accessories. And I think we're going to have a very difficult time regulating that and keeping track. And if we're putting these hours on the retailers that would be selling hookah accessories, we're going to have a hard time with that. I would like to amend it where it is just the hookah bars that these, this ordinance applies to, and then work with Arapahoe County. I've had several conversations with Leslie Levine on enhancing our tobacco of all kinds. You know, there's chew, there's vaping, there's smoking, whatever else they come up with. Ordinances to see what we can do in the future to strengthen it, not just hookah.
Thank you, Member Wright. So I'm looking at this. So you do not want this to include retailers, just hookah bars.
Correct.
Hookah consumption bars.
Correct.
So there's more than just that definition that needs to be taken out. So.
Yes.
City Attorney Engels, before I ask for, well, actually, let me ask for a second, but I may come back to you in terms of how to properly word that. But can I get a second on the removal of the hookah tobacco retailer and just making this?
Second.
Yep. Thank you, Member Russell. All right. City Attorney Engels, is there an easy way to make that change where this is only, the scope is only hookah consumption bars?
Yes, I would propose in subsection C2, eliminating the first sentence and instead saying hookah tobacco retailer shall be facilities that permit the consumption of hookah on the premises by customers. And just for some background, I took that definition from the City of Denver's hookah regulations. And the City of Denver defined the tobacco retailers in that way. And so I just mirrored their definition and applied it to the same businesses that Denver does.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney. Member Wright, anything further on that or any comments?
So maybe we could just do that second line. I think what you're saying, hookah tobacco retailer includes facilities that permit the consumption of hookah on the premises by customers, and just use that line?
Yes, instead of includes though, I would say shall mean. If we are limiting it just to that, includes suggests that there are other things that would apply to, but if it only applies to that, then I would limit the definition solely to that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can you clarify the motion, please?
So the motion is to, basically what we're doing is we're limiting the scope to just include hookah consumption bars, not retailers. We got to get the proper wording on it.
The wording is hookah tobacco retailer. We're just redefining retailer.
Might I suggest we add the word only before includes?
There we go. Hookah tobacco retail only includes facilities that permit, wait,
Consumption.
no, so that wouldn't
This
be
would
right.
restrict the regulation to on-premise consumption only.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Only, and then restricts the consumption of hookah.
Yeah, on site.
So if we add the word only before includes,
Uh-huh.
the effect of that change is to restrict any regulation of hookah tobacco retailers to those retailers who sell only for on-premise consumption. So if you make it available for on-premise consumption, you're captured by this regulatory model, and if you don't, you're exempt.
Okay. That works. All right. Any further comments or any further questions on this?
So it is hookah tobacco retailer means, are we?
Only means.
Only means. So, but we're not mentioning hookah bars at all. It
I
really
wondered about
means
that, yeah.
It really means that,
Mhm.
or?
I wondered about that
You'd have
because,
to change the wording throughout the
Yeah.
throughout the document if you didn't
So
want to use retail.
what about if we would just table this and have the city attorney redo it? What do you think about that?
well, it would, if we're making an amendment, it would have to come back for first reading, or this would be the first reading again, right? So I think it would make sense for us. Well, I think there is some validity for us actually voting on it, because if there's not a majority of council that wants to vote on this or approves this, then what's the point of having the city attorney rewrite it, I guess, in a sense. So does that make sense? Or this motion to amend may not pass, I guess is my point, so.
Okay.
But I do understand where you're coming from, because it does make sense, but not if it doesn't pass. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think there's a fairly easy way to change it. Just also make an amendment that anywhere it says retailer, change it to bar in the document. And that, I think that would capture everything, and then you just say hookah tobacco bar means the facilities that permit the consumption of hookah on the premises by customers. That would change the main title, hookah tobacco bar license. Anywhere else it's.
No, I'm reading it and I think
mentioned.
you're right. Except for C2.
Mayor, a lot of C2
Yeah,
would
and
be
we can-
taken out.
C2, C2 would have to have more extensive changes that have already been proposed, but could we just add to the amendment to include replacing the word retailer with
Friendly
bar?
amendment?
Friendly amendment throughout the document?
Member Wright, would you
throughout
be
the
okay with
ordinance?
that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. City Attorney Niles, does that make sense in terms of the changes that, if we just add,
Yes, that would be fine.
replace retailer with bar, and then it does look like C2 does need to have larger changes made to it, but.
So what I would propose, that how I would have written it with this definition change would simply be change C2 to read hookah tobacco retailer means facilities that permit the consumption of hookah on the premises by customers. And I think that would accomplish all of the goals and leave it as hookah tobacco retailer. Now, someone would have to read the definition to see what a hookah tobacco retailer is. But so just strike the first sentence of C2 altogether and instead say hookah tobacco retailer means facilities that permit the consumption of hookah on the premises by customers. Either way is fine. It gets to the same destination, but that's how I would have proposed it if I had written it to begin with.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that.
And Member Wright, you're okay with that
Yes,
change?
yes,
Okay.
completely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, and so we have the friendly amendment to that. Any further questions? Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something else to add or ready to
sir.
vote? All right, can we please vote on the motion to amend 11B1?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp,
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, any further amendments? If not, can we vote on the motion as amended?
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Nay.
Member Nanenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Nay.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. And so this will come back for second reading in a couple weeks. So, all right, thank you very much. Now we're moving on to, where are we at now? Are we at 11B2, proposed rate increase for the Stormwater Utility Fund? This is second reading. Good evening, Deputy Director House. Anything new to add?
Well, good evening. Nothing new to add. I can answer any additional questions you have on this item.
All right, perfect. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
This is 11B2, correct? Probably, my question still is, why is the city not able to absorb some of the inflation to alleviate the stress on our most vulnerable community?
I think, as I explained last time, it's a combination of the construction cost and the inflation rate that we try to keep up with that. So when we do implement the capital projects, we can afford them each year. You know, each year that goes along, it costs a little bit more to build things. So we try to build in some increase there to accommodate that and make sure we can still build everything we intend to.
But if we break the backs of the city, you know, there is a city called Bomar. It was a ghost town for probably 10 years because all the taxes and the fees got so high that people just walked away from their houses.
Yeah, it's $1 a month is 5%, average is about $1 a month is the increase. So we are a little bit higher there, but it is 5% is kind of what we see as the reasonable amount for the to keep up with inflation and the cost of construction.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Not, can I get a motion to approve 11B2?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
It is not just only $1. It's what's happened since 2019, I believe, and it has been astronomical. And $1 here, and every department in the city does a few more. We are breaking the backs of our senior population. I will be voting no. Thank you.
All right. Any further comments from members of council? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nanenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Moving on to 11B3, this is amending Englewood Municipal Code to allow water and sewer service lines to cross adjacent properties. Anything to add, Director?
Nope, just here to answer questions.
All right. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, can we get a motion to approve 11B3?
Move to approve 11B3.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. You did second, correct, Member Prang? Okay. All right. Any further comments? Member Russell.
Thank you. There will be unintended consequences of this for future owners of these properties in Englewood. The decision should be made on a case-by-case basis. We made a decision that impacted this, and now we're making another decision that's going to have future consequences as well. It should be made on a case-by-case basis, like we did the first one. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nanenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you very much, Director. You're up next with 11C1. This is resolution for standard authorization for future PFAS settlements. You may have a deck for this one. Go ahead.
I do. Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. So what I'm here to present tonight is related to PFAS and the number of class action lawsuits that are occurring related to PFAS chemicals and the chemical companies that have manufactured and supplied those into products throughout the past 8 decades. So essentially, we've already talked about 4 lawsuits, class action lawsuits. These are the 4 that we've elected as a city to opt in. And if you recall during those conversations, essentially the issue here is that there are formulas associated with the class action lawsuits that define how much money that we could potentially receive from this lawsuit. Now, it doesn't guarantee us anything, but it's designed to be formatted in a way that we plug in this formula and then we should receive some amount of benefit from these lawsuits. So the most significant one was a 3M. That one was around, I believe it was around 3 million. DuPont, I think, was around 300,000. Tyco was about 125, and I believe BASF was around 60,000. So you can see they vary based on, the size of the class action suit and what the potential monies that Englewood would receive as a result of staying in that class action. And so again, there's no guarantee of any of it, but at least it's the what we have determined to be the best chance that we would get something for the city. Because the alternative is we stay out, we sue them separately. But a lot of times what happens in these situations is they'll divest that part of the business, they'll bankrupt it, and then there's nothing available. So we may win in principle, but we don't recover anything. So we believe, as the council has agreed over the last couple times we presented this over a year, that opting into these class action suits to gain the best possible yield of monetary award for the city is the right approach. So there's more coming. This is a list. It's not a completely all-inclusive list of where we think there are additional class actions that are in various stages of moving through the courts. And so what we're proposing tonight is a standard response of opting in, instead of bringing each time another one of these class actions comes out, that we bring it to council and then there's a discussion to opt in or opt out on that specific. So given that the first 4 we've opted in, assuming that these other class actions stay similar in terms of their approach, what we're bringing forward tonight is just a standard authorization to automatically opt in when these come through. And so what it doesn't do is it doesn't actually there's also lawsuits that the state of Colorado is bringing. It doesn't prohibit us from still being in those lawsuits as well. These are the class action suits that are happening at a federal level, where there's a large class from across the country of water providers, and then we opt in. And so given that there's so many more of these that we anticipate coming before us over the next few years, we thought we would propose a standard authorization to opt in. We brought this to the Water and Sewer Board at its October 8th meeting. They agreed to recommend to council that we approve this approach, or the council approve this approach.
Thank you very much, Director. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Wright. I look right. You're up.
Yes, I saw that. I just have one question. With the amount of money that we've received previously, I've received a couple of calls where people have asked me, is the money distributed to people's water bills, Or how is that money used? Because they're like, we're the ones that are affected by this also. So how does it get distributed to the citizens or the end users? How does it benefit us? So I would like for people to be able to hear that.
So we've received no money yet. All we've done is opt into class action suits and filed claims. And then the court goes through and determines what the award of damages is and whether we get anything from it. So again, there's no guarantee we get anything from these. We're taking the approach that we think guarantees or gives us the best opportunity. So what it does is it's not money that just comes back in and then gets redistributed out to customers. The cost for treatment and dealing and disposal of PFAS impacted water and solids that comes off of the process, we anticipate will far exceed any amount that we'll end up getting from these lawsuits. So when the money is awarded, it's intended that it goes into the water fund to offset improvements that we will probably have already made to deal with PFAS levels in our water that we have right now.
Okay, good. That's what I needed. Thank you.
Member Ward.
So the staff memo explicitly indicates that we would be authorizing staff to opt in or out. But as I read through the resolution, it only addresses opting in. Are we authorizing opting out implicitly by not addressing an opt-out specifically in the resolution?
Now, when we brought this to Water and Sewer Board, it was still a question of whether it was going to be agreed to opt into these. So the intention is that the approval is to automatically opt in. It was presented as an opt-in or out because we were trying to determine from a Water and Sewer Board perspective as to whether we wanted to do this or not. Because you can opt in or out. We were proposing to opt in. And that's what we're proposing tonight. So if that's unclear in the memo, that's the intention, is that it's opting in to these lawsuits, like we have in the first four. It's following suit with the first four.
So what would happen if staff made a determination not to opt in?
If we thought that something was uniquely different than what we'd see in these standard lawsuits, we'd bring it back to council. And so that's a legal interpretation. We'd be working with the city attorney's office. And so if the class action suit looks remarkably different or doesn't follow the standard, what we're seeing as it relates to how these are working through the courts, in those situations, we would bring them back. So take, for example, the state of Colorado lawsuit. That's a different lawsuit entirely. That's something we bring back to council. It's these ones that are similar to 3M, Tyco, where they're suing the chemical company, it's in a class action. We opt in as a member of the class.
So I guess my question at this point is for the city attorney, and the question is specific to how this resolution preserves council's authority to accept or disapprove of a decision not to opt in.
Sorry, my computer is acting a little funny. I've been waiting for it to pull up for a minute.
And similar to the questions I've asked you in the past, Director Van Ryn, I just want to make it clear that this is not a trust issue. It's just me covering my bases. I don't know who's going to be in charge of this operation after I'm off the dais. So I want to ensure that whatever governing body I elect as a resident and my fellow residents elect maintains some control.
Yes, I believe that's provided in section 2 of the resolution, which only authorizes staff to opt in to proposed settlement that is substantially similar in form to the one specifically previously authorized by City Council. So if it is not substantially similar, then city staff would have to bring it to City Council to opt in. So it doesn't specifically refer to opting out, but City Council could not opt in that circumstance without further approval.
So in the case where staff makes the decision not to opt in, then we are by default out. And that could happen absent council authorization for that decision based on the resolution that we're passing tonight.
I don't believe that's, I don't think that's the intention. The intention is that we're standardizing the opt-in. If we think that this is something that we should opt out, that's no longer substantially the same as the 4 that we've already opted in with, which means we'd bring it back to council through legal, the city attorney's office. Sorry.
Yes, and so as city staff, we have an obligation to bring potential settlements to city council. Specifically, the city attorney's office does. And so if we are not proposing to opt in under this authority, then we have an obligation to bring that to city council for further direction, because you are the ones that make those decisions regarding settlements. Specifically under charter, you have to authorize me to settle certain cases, and the only way you authorize me to settle at all is through resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Member Ward?
I just think the delegation of our oversight authority here is a little bit too much for me. So I won't be doing this tonight. I know that it does save some administrative time and streamlines the process a bit, but I'm not comfortable with it. And I want to emphasize, it's not about who's in charge. It's just about the reason for the oversight over these things. And I'm not, my level of comfort abdicating that authority is very low.
Any further comments? All right, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Nay.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Director, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to Mayor's Choice. And Member Russell, I'll leave the executive session to you here in a second, but just one thing, just a reminder, next Monday is Veterans Day. We will be meeting on Tuesday, so just a note to everyone that we won't have a council meeting next Monday night. We'll have it on Tuesday. Council Member's Choice. Member Russell, did you want to jump in, or is the?
Yes, that it's okay to read it.
Read
the
it
way
as is?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
All right, everyone, so I move to go into executive session tonight for the purpose of receiving advice from legal counsel on specific legal questions related to Fair Campaign Practices Act and freedom of speech as authorized by CRS 24-64024B. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Chelsea Noonan-Camp, Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Stephen Ward, Kim Wright, City Manager Sean Lewis is not needed, City Attorney Tamara Niles. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have one point of
Member Wright?
clarification before we vote.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Will we be
Member
doing the remainder of Member's Choice after we return from the executive session?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, we will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the Pikes Peak Conference Room on the 3rd floor. So we see you up there. Thank you. All right, the time is now 10:55 and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session were the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Chelsea Noonekamp, Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Steve Ward, Kim Wright, City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Wright. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonekamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, picking up on council member's choice, anyone else? Go ahead, Member Wright.
You looked left.
I looked left first.
Okay, I'll make it quick, please. I am asking for council's consent or, I was at the Malley Trust meeting today, and they had asked for $16 to $1,700 for a computer that would be used jointly between staff, and part of this would be for like Zoom classes that a staff member would do, or inputting data that staff members would share. And the members of the trust board started discussing and were asking the questions and didn't think it was equitable that if it was someone at the library board or at the library, or let's say Pirates Cove or a different department that was asking for this money, they would just go to whatever department or whatever and ask for the money, and it come from the general fund. And the Malley folks were saying they were denied, that there wasn't enough funding. And the board was like, okay, because there's this trust, are they thinking that they should staff with the computers? And I started thinking about it. I'm like, that's not fair and it's not very equitable. The type of things we do are the scoreboards or new pool cues. So I wanted to see if I could get staff's backing or council's backing for a computer. They said it'd be between $1,600 to $1,700. They would ask IT to back it up and do all the things. And it would be a shared one between staff. They do have a new staff member. And like I said, it would be for their Zoom classes and data entry and that type of stuff.
Thank you, Member Wright. So I guess I have questions on the request. So I think the funding portion, it's because it's the Malley Fund. They don't want to use that fund. They want to use the general fund, right?
Right.
That's one part of it.
Right, because they felt that if it was from any other department, it would come from the fund for a computer, the general fund or whatever fund, opposed to saying it had to come from the Malley Fund, which
Yep.
typically doesn't purchase this type of stuff.
Okay. And is IT aware of this request? Any idea?
They did say that IT would do the support, whatever updates and security and stuff. So,
I guess for me personally, I just need a little bit more information. Like I like to understand, I like to have city staff look into the request. I don't mind them getting a computer for the purpose, but just getting more information on just IT's involvement in it, because I think IT procures all the computers for the city and staff, right? It goes through that department.
yeah.
I just need to know that information before saying yes to it, I
Okay,
guess would be
yeah,
my question.
because they were told that there was no funding
Okay.
for it, and it had to go through Malley Fund, and
Okay.
I'm like,
Member Noonan Kim?
$1,700?
Sure, I'll just weigh in. First, I just want to say, Member Wright, I really appreciate your thoughtfulness around this and wanting to make sure that everyone has equitable access to the resources that they need. That being said, though, this doesn't feel like an appropriate conversation for council because it's quite in like the weeds of the operations of the city, which is very strictly within the city manager's territory. So I just want to make sure we're having the right elevation of conversation for council. So I think that's something that we could give the city manager the council request and say, hey, can you figure
Okay.
that out? But I appreciate you wanting them to have what they need, but I also want to make sure we're using our appropriate channels.
I could appreciate that.
So can we just, so I guess just put it back on city manager or anything you want to add there, or?
Yeah, I would echo Member Noonenkamp's gratitude on that. This is, Tim and I have not heard about this, and so we'll look into it. There is definitely funding for computer replacement, so we can definitely look into that.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll also do it as a council request, so it comes back to you for a follow-up.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, city manager. Thank you, member Wright. Anyone else? Member Ward?
I just wanted to briefly address my absence last week, which, as I understand, denied this body a quorum for Monday's meeting. I had to travel to El Paso, Texas on an emergency basis for a family health emergency. Fortunately, my brother has largely come out of that. Well, he's alive and relatively unscathed and no longer in the hospital. So I spent all of last week in El Paso visiting my brother and caring for some other matters while he was hospitalized.
Thank you, member Ward. Member Prang?
Thank you. I'll be brief. The Parks and Rec board met on October 10th. We met at the rec center and got to enjoy the newly updated Columbine room, which was a really nice space that's increasingly being used for trainings around the city. Loved the features that the aquatics personnel have direct access into the pool area now. There were a lot of highlights about visitation increasing by 10%. Our rentals year to date so far are 155K, which I think is fabulous. We're having increasing usage by groups that serve the disabled. So I'm proud that we're doing such great work at the center. But I did want to just bring to council's attention, there was some conversation at the end of the meeting from one of the board members asking some questions around surveys that are put out around improvements to our parks and wanting to have more say or oversight of those surveys. And then there were some countering opinions offered that, that's not really our role as board members. And so just wanted to make the group aware that there will be some ongoing conversation about how much reach that group should have into looking at and or approving any surveys that Parks and Rec are putting out about the work that they're engaged in. So I will keep you updated if that continues to escalate or bubble up further. Just wanted to bring awareness. And then secondly, just wanted to tag on to what Member Noonenkamp brought up earlier with some kudos about the presentation for Ms. Ramsey's presentation on the food vendors. I thought her presentation was excellent as well. I loved the layout of, the background information, the rationale for each point that walked us through, and I thought it gave me a real clear path of decision-making, and I think it just also creates a stronger record of what the conversation has been. So I just wanted to highlight the great work that she did tonight. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, member Prang. Anyone else? City manager's report?
I'll delay, Mayor, due to the lateness of the hour. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we are now adjourned. Everyone, we'll see you next Tuesday. Have a good evening.